Okay, la YouTube le. Oh, okay. So good afternoon, guys. How's auditing going on? Okay, very good. So today basically we have 2-3 standards, but today every standard is important standard, like bigger standard. 540, it will take, like quickly learning 540 is of no use. If you're learning 540, take some time and learn it. 402, you need time to learn it. 620, another important standard. So then 610 and 600 is just easy. One, you'll learn it with internal audit chapter. If you are not learning internal audit chapter, then don't learn 610 because questions come combined. Then 600, then tomorrow we have 700 series and 800 series. Two things, 700, 710, 720, 805, 800, done. Yeah, so easily we'll finish it today. So 540, okay. Yeah, so I think others has also went to have some tea or something, right? Back there some people was there. Yes, so 540, and there is a problem with 540. If you would have seen 540, then 620 especially, more than 540 to 620. When you are learning, there are a lot of things in the study material itself, because these are standards that were not in CA Inter, the CA final standard. So when 540, 620, 402, and honestly, you can learn through summary notes and all. It's not like the conceptual standard. 402, there is nothing like too much to memorize. It's a conceptual standard. But 540, concept is also there. Plus, lot of things are there to remember. Accounting estimates, points, a lot of things are there. But this one, 620 is also like that. Lot of things are there to remember. So basically, when we are learning from study material, whatever material you are using, no problem, just compare and see whether this thing is there in your material or not. Yeah. So 540 is, where is it? 540. So auditing accounting estimates, fair value accounting estimates, and related disclosures. What is accounting estimate? Provision. Then where the measurement, like accurate measurement is not possible, you are based on your assumptions and judgments you are making. Provision is one example. Provision for debtors or provision for any provision. Another. Actuarial. Okay, measurement uncertainty is there. Still, then depreciation itself. I'm just asking, lot of things are there. So, useful life is an estimate. Depreciation is not an estimate. Useful life taken inside, that is an estimate. So basically the estimate madri. Yeah, so normally like inventory is there in the company. Imagine boat, earphone company, boat. So case of a boat. So for 540 we are learning conceptually, because a lot of things are related to accounting standard also. So you have to have a knowledge about that. I now forget like when I learned in CA final. But you will much more that you will relate to it, because now we are anyways learning accounting standard. Then the fair value accounting estimate, a lot of things are there. So what is fair value accounting estimate? Accounting estimate, okay. Or financial reporting framework basis estimate. That is, financial reporting framework asks as per the financial reporting framework, there are certain estimates you have to do. Those things are also there. Throughout learning this, we will understand, but this is a conceptual standard. At the same time, lot of things are there to remember also. For 402 is purely a conceptual standard. Remembering is very less. For conceptual, you will be able to write the answer. The concept plus at the same time, full length studying also you needed. And 620 is a standard concept, nothing is there. Lot of things are there to remember from the textbook. That's it. Because any question, just copy paste, done. So here 540 is accounting estimates. Lot of accounting estimates. Like you said, provisions. Then remember, a company, boat earphones. Sometimes last year, boat manufactured or earphone. That's 1,000 units manufactured, 1 lakh units manufactured. And at the end, year end, sometimes 70% was sold out. Another 30% sometimes is irrelevant now, because other super earphones are available in the market. So it's obsolescence. Outdated. So their obsolescence, how much to write it down? Other assumption. Estimate madri you are taking. So anything related to the judgment things is what we comes in 540. Yeah, so let's keep for example provisions. So it is much more relatable for you. Ella reethilulla provisions. At the same time, if you were a customer of bought earphones in 2017-18 time, if you have purchased that earphone, you will know how Boat became India's number one this brand, like in a brand, wearables brand, something you call it, right? That apparel is dress. Earphone, wearables, I think it's wearables, that is what we call, whatever. So Boat their strategy was, first why I trusted Boat initially when I was buying, when I was CA articleship time, we used to get lot of calls in articleship. So call work the neckband earphone. Any brand you buy, before that I was buying Skull Candy. Skull Candy is a brand. Skull Candy is 6 months dead out. Like, so every earphone will go in 6 months. This Boat neckband earphones. Boat did something. The moment we purchase our earphone, 1 year, if you have any problem, no questions asked, just send the replacement. And we never worried about, like, we were never thinking the lamp service center all this issue. But Boat once I bought, 2 weeks, 3 weeks later, it got damaged, some issue. I just clicked on Flipkart and they replaced it. Immediately they replaced it. I was thinking, how will they be profitable? Then I told all my colleagues in my CF articleship. Everyone started buying Boat, and 3-4 months they will use. No problem is there. They will return. But Boat is just selling it. I mean, they're just taking it back. They are not even inspecting what is the problem inside that. They're taking it and giving you another earphone. So we used to use this as a thing at that time. We used to cheat Boat. So, and look from Boat or a financial point of view. A warranty provision they will be putting. Customer warranty claim yearly, if you are selling 100 units, 30% units are coming return. That's a provision they would be making. That's accounting estimate. In our example, we will study this full. So relatable. In the single example, entire standard will be relatable in your head because it's a conceptual standard. But exam, like, I don't think very conceptually they will test it because other accounting, like, financial reporting order process. Our thing is auditing area only we have to learn highly in this. Accounting area comes in FR. The auditing areas we have to focus. So let's move. So specifically, this standard expands on how SA 315 and 330 and other relevant standards are to be applied in relation to accounting estimates. How 315 and 330 comes in accounting estimate. This is what we are learning. How 315 and 330 comes in accounting estimates. Yeah. So auditor order responsibility regarding accounting estimate, including fair value accounting estimate, plus other disclosure is what comes under the scope of 540. Scope means what is included inside that. That's maximum point. That is scope. So nature of, I'll say wherever it is important, that's better. Because anyways, last attempt asked, so priority you can go. But MCQ, this can be easily asked. That's not a problem in the standard order. So 2 marks. So the information available to management for making an accounting estimate varies widely, which affect the degree of estimation uncertainty. We have to take certain terms, and the term and then we have to study. Else MCQ when this estimation uncertainty comes, but terms when it comes, you will not sometimes understand then what they are saying. So that's clear up. So rather than quick revision, let's take some deep dive into this. So which affects the degree of estimation uncertainty. What is estimation uncertainty? When management is making a provision, like they are saying 30% of the provision for debtors, 30%. Is 30% there? It's based on assumption and estimation they are saying. Adile uncertainty is there. Sometimes 40% went over. Sometimes only 20 was needed. That is called estimation uncertainty. Their estimation uncertainty. So see, information available for management for making an accounting estimate varies widely, which affects its degree of uncertainty. The degree of estimation uncertainty affects in turn the risk of material misstatements from accounting estimates. The more uncertainty is there, the high chance of risk of material misstatement related to accounting estimate. Accounting estimate level uncertainty irukka, risk high. The more certain, less risky. Yeah, from here it starts. Accounting estimates involve relatively low estimation uncertainty and may give rise to lower risk of material misstatements. In these situations, you have to study these situations. In these situations, situations are there. These 5 situations, accounting estimates involve low estimation uncertainty. Estimation is always almost perfect. That's 5 situations are this. Since low estimation uncertainty, low risk of material misstatement. Similarly, they have given cases where high uncertainty is there. High risk is also there. This 2-3 things, you don't have to memorize this one. Just keep in mind, because question one, you should be able to know, is it something related to low estimation uncertainty? Is it something related to high estimation uncertainty? MCQ, sometimes descriptive other basis, the entire answer will be dependent on that one thought. So I'm just saying, memorize on the matter, don't over deep, over analysis and waste time. This is auditing. In 560 standard also, 540 also, don't overthink about FR, the accounting treatment, auditing process, focus on. That is where the question comes. So accounting estimates arise in entities that engage in business activities that are not complex. Business activities complex, estimation uncertainty will also be less. Simple business, simple estimation, direct simple. So you know, a normal shopkeeper per day 50 transactions in shop. They would have been taking on this monthly only, they will pay credit. But debtor is that he knows inside that 10 people, at least 8 people will pay it on month. So he can clearly put that provision inside his mind straight. The business transaction is not complex, so the provision is also less uncertain. Then accounting estimates that are frequently made and updated because accounting estimates that are frequently made and updated because they relate to routine transactions. Routine transaction also, they have the predictability. Daily transactions, if they are putting some provision, they know tomorrow and never, that prediction thing is there. So less estimation uncertainty is there. Then accounting estimate derived from data that is readily available, such as public interest rate data, exchange traded price of security. But daily exchange for like other basis, whatever estimation you are making. What happened? Okay. But daily reliable data, for example, stock market something. What is this? Lose connection. Okay. 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 So call. In the vati, I think. This should be good. Guys on live, just wait 1 second. Here is some technical glitch. Vinod, disconnection. Yeah, basically, I'll just say, if you are making any estimate, any thought process based on any data that is readily available, market original data. SEBI stock or bond or valuation, you are doing some estimation based on that. That data is genuinely available there. Whatever estimate you are making out, that will be much more less uncertain because genuine data is there. But provision for debtor, we don't know how much debtor will flicker. This one, keeping on and off. Then a loose connection. Oh, okay. Flickered. You here also, I think. YouTube will also, live will also, it is getting disrupted. Angi screen, point. Maybe it's because in the adapter. I think it is because of that. Angame for Twitter. Vidu Bharani, day 2 notes. Vidu, I'll send it today itself. I just missed it yesterday. Yesterday was a bigger day. So I'll just send it. Don't worry. I'm sorry. Okay. Let me ask you certain things like what is actually, first of all, chumma asking, what is the difference between a normal estimate and a fair value estimate? Adu mind level theriyuma. You have to know that for the standard, because the standard name is accounting estimate, fair value accounting estimate. That's a basic concept. So what is difference between accounting, normal accounting estimate and fair value accounting estimate? Because then only question comes, you'll know then what to apply, what like when you're writing, you should know this is an accounting estimate or a fair value accounting estimate, this is applicable, so that the standard takes கொஞ்சம் time. So difference is that normal accounting estimate na readily available data, nothing is there. Provision chumma podrathu. But if you're making something based on any fair value which is available, if a stock or a date like market price vechittu, you know you are having some data, adoda basis you are valuing, that is an example of fair value accounting estimate. Or normal provision or any what else you can say, normal provision, anything that is based on some fair data that is available, that is what we call fair value. But normal other debtors or provision, nothing data is there, like last year something would have happened, adoda basis we are putting this, that is normal accounting estimate. Okay, okay, okay. So normal estimate varumbod, normal just the basic concept. Normal accounting estimate means management or judgment or assumptions they are making it, that is normal accounting estimates. Fair value accounting estimate is not based on judgment, it is based on some data or something that is available, readily available, so it has a bit more backing konjam kuda, like rather than this management or a basic judgment, normal accounting avida fair value accounting estimate has a bit more backing, so just keep that in mind. Then comes accounting estimate derived from data that is readily available, which is because here the data is readily available, such as published industry data or exchange rate data on a basis like forex conversion. Today you know some foreign $150, so the current date you are converting, but tomorrow morning date may change, or estimate you are doing tomorrow morning idu varunu vechittu, so that other estimation uncertainty is comparatively less compared to a normal accounting estimate where judgmental management is making. Then fair value accounting estimate, like the method of measurement is simple and applied easily to the asset or liability, that is a simple method of whatever you are doing, it is less having less estimation uncertainty. Then fair value accounting estimate, where the model used to measure the accounting estimate is well known. Model means what to say, or equation or formula which you will be using for measuring. Normally for mutual fund or closing and NAV into things you will do, like other provisions, equations, that's a model for doing that. Similarly, so these 5 cases, overthink accounting level vanda, but just keep in mind these are things which has a low estimation uncertainty. MCQ this can be plug panni, they can give you this, because to this attempt is 540, definitely they will ask 540 they will ask it, because it's a very complicated standard and a lot of people leave it, so they can ask it. But descriptively I'll say what to study. If they're asking, I'll say what to study. For a safe side you will be definite standards when the question is coming, you will get at least 80% marks from standards. Then for some accounting estimates, there is relatively high estimation uncertainty. Like high estimation uncertainty means whatever you estimate, there is a high chance that it cannot be correct, it won't be correct. So those cases, accounting estimate relating to outcome of a litigation, you have a case like Byju's against a customers filed a case, and Byju is putting a provision of say 50 lakhs, but actually court may order sometimes 20 lakhs, or sometimes 1 crore. So their judgment of the court and judgment of, you cannot, it's not based on any reliable data. Court may order for compensation, court may order for some penalty, double penalty they may order. So it's thing. But at the same time, if you reliable information, if it is there, like for example, proper penalty something is mentioned. If GST proper penalty, so there it is based on some data. So estimation uncertainty is less. So have that common sense. Then fair value accounting estimate for derivative financial instruments, not publicly traded. Privately this estimation uncertainty is high. That's basis what we're doing. Fair value accounting estimate for which highly specialized entity developed model is used, for which assumptions that cannot be observed in the marketplace. Observable, observed, meaning another, observed. It is readily available. So that word should be kept in mind, because they may, MCQ or many areas, they may put the observable. Observable means the information is readily available in the market. Okay, here it cannot be observed. The info is not available in the market. So obviously, other estimation uncertainty will be high. If information is readily available, other proper estimation things you can make. So it will be less uncertain. But info is not available, so high estimation uncertainty is there. Then the degree of estimation uncertainty varies based on nature of the accounting estimate. What thing it is? Accounting estimate, for example, useful life. There, that has a separate nature. Then see provision for debtor. Debtor is a separate nature. Or legal cases, litigation and claim is separate nature. So this estimation uncertainty varies based on the nature. Just keep. Then extent to which there is a generally accepted method used to it. Depreciation for a generally accepted method is there. Or some, but for some complex inventory obsolescence calculations, no complex method, I mean simple method will not be publicly available. Yeah, then subjectivity of the assumptions used to make the accounting estimate. Subjectivity, management order, judgment in the assumptions. Then it's a simple, just read non-odd financial statements item requiring measurement at fair value. And till here there is nothing to memorize, whatever we learn, just understanding. Whatever I told you, our understanding is enough. Then just keep this in mind that this is something which is of low estimation uncertainty, this is of high estimation uncertainty. Done. Then just a keyword like two things. For example, high litigation cases, derivative financial statements not publicly traded. Done. Financial instruments. If some descriptively asked, you can easily quote it. Then, yeah, examples of situations where accounting estimates other than fair value accounting estimates may be required. This is why I asked. Accounting estimate other than fair value accounting estimates. So these are cases which are not fair value accounting estimates. Normal accounting estimates are the cases. Small differences, keep in mind. So allowances for doubtful debts, management or judgment, it is coming, or based on some previous data which is not readily available, observable market, genuine data. Then inventory obsolescence, warranty obligations. So warranty obligation, how will you say? It's just a prediction. Last year, when we sold 100 goods, 30 goods came return, warranty on that. So current year, 35% we are putting. That is just a judgment you are saying. Then depreciation method, provision against amount of an investment where there is uncertainty regarding its recoverability. Outcome of long-term contract is just example. Keep in mind, nothing to memorize. Which one? Happened before. Like for example, I'll say something. Allowances for doubtful debts. And compare it with something like current marketly available data, available data, you are making a provision. This is something that is readily available, and what to say, word backing we can say. But here, examples of situation where accounting estimates other than fair value accounting estimates may be required include. These are situations where we are just more than like rather than a backing in the situations we are using a judgment. That is why they are saying that in the fair value accounting estimates this one normal accounting estimates are done. Here also that is what I earlier told. Very situation if you have proper data as a backing. Appa the fair value you can take it. That comes fair value. If proper backing you will be putting. So there, that is what I told, normal accounting estimate. Clarity. Doubt to another. Like what is there in your mind? Tell me. Like we'll discuss. Mm. Market. But how will you get evolo percentage inventory will be obsolescent, and the inventory market price on what databases you can tell me? Proper databases is there. For example, I am having on some obsolescent inventory. Konjam poite inventory, 30% of my inventory, 70% is sold, no problem. 30% inventory last 1 month when I am selling, market when I am actually selling, I am getting only 100 rupees or inventory, I am getting only 70 rupees per that. Appa you got data. Appa the fair value we can call it is a fair value item. But at the same time, appa we can say it is an estimate based on fair value. Because I told and I have a data backing it. But at the same time, opposite, let's see, if I have not sold anything, just to the prediction I am saying I can do that. So that is just a judgment. Appa the accounting estimate will come. Yeah. Outside the control of the manager. Here, in these cases also, management, if they have a proper data backing, then fair value we can put it. But normally these cases, they will make it. Accounting estimates. Without backing also, they may do it. We cannot know. But when they are doing it, see, they are not saying the full normal accounting estimate. See, example of situations where accounting estimates, other than fair value accounting estimates, may be required. 100% they are saying. Maybe in the they are saying. So in this situation, based on the data, it changes here and there. Yeah. Then examples of situation where fair value accounting estimate may be required. In the situation, fair value you must do it. But these situations, fair value also sometimes you may do it, but mostly without fair value, they may go on this judgment assumption order basis, they may take these situations. But here fair value is what you must go. Like complex financial instruments which are not traded in an active and open market, or share-based payment, or property or equipment held for disposal, then certain assets and liabilities in business combination, like goodwill, transactions involving the exchange of assets and liability between independent parties without a monetary consideration. These situations, chumma or assumptions, you cannot do it. Either have some backing, then only they need to do it. So, but here also I am saying like 100% normal accounting estimate varadu. If you have proper backing data, fair value or financial reporting framework, anything is as per the reporting framework, you need fair value backing. Appa the fair value mattu. But here, more chances for normal accounting estimate. Okay, we can more discuss on that. Doubt in the situations we can analyze. Okay. Doubts anything extra? Okay. Because I want everyone to have the clarity. Clarity is a waste of time spending it. Because final level, they will never ask you direct point. No. 30% question will be like that, but remaining 70% will be asked. Then estimation involves judgments. This is normal case. Estimation judgment, that is normal accounting estimate what you are making. Provision, depreciation. Then management bias. Management bias. This is the most important problem. For useful life determination, or AC they bought. Simply that AC will, everyone know AC will run for AC. Obviously, it will run for 15 years or 10 years minimum. They are putting it as 5 years. 5 years useful life, so they are taking more depreciation. At the end of 5 years, still AC capacity is good. It works really fine. But management will sell it for disposal. And chinna price management or wife it will be sold. These kinds of fraud will be there. Management bias. So it is causing problem in SA 540. I have seen this thing in real life audit. A company was there. It was not a company, or LLP thing was there. And what they used to do, 100% I have not checked. I heard it in my office. This company management team, and it is owned by some other people. Some other people are having share, but they are not related. Some working people are there who are like the partners. What they do is they buy this AC and all these things, like company order use. They have this IT, it's a kind of an IT company. AC, this kind of chair, revolving chair, high expensive chair. What they do is they will there are useful life 3-4 years full write off AC damage and books they will write it off, like, or depreciation which is asset is finished but asset is still working. So books the value of asset, 1 lakh or AC or 50,000 AC, the value comes down to normal scrap value or 5,000 or 7,000. So they will sell this asset for 10,000. So profit on sale of asset, no one will doubt, but asset actual value is 30,000 is there. They are selling it to some related people. But in the last 5 years, this is something where management bias was there in accounting estimate, and this fraud happened because auditor never detected this. 540 management accounting estimate useful life fraud pannite, and that fraud was not even checked by auditor for 5 years, and this bigger fraud happened. So the reason, I'm just saying, you would have seen articleship similar things. Then financial reporting framework often call for neutrality. They want management to be neutral. Like not favoring the company too much or not favoring their side also. They should be neutral. Then accounting estimates can be influenced by management judgment. Simple, it can be unintentional or intentional judgment. Then the susceptibility of an accounting estimate to a management bias increase with the subjectivity involved in making it. The more management judgment is there, the more susceptible it is to a fraud or something, management bias. Then for continuing audits, indicators of possible management bias identified during the audit is simple. Then measurement is okay. Then what is the difference between outcome of an accounting estimate and amount originally recognized or disclosed? Not very. This one. The different. This one is can be your MCQ point. That is why I highlighted so that these points are whatever material you are studying. This highlighted thing 1.5 just read and go. So that if any MCQ this is only areas where there is a chance. A difference between outcome of an accounting estimate and the amount originally recognized or disclosed in the financial statement does not necessarily represent a misstatement of the financial statement. A difference between outcome of an accounting estimate and the amount originally recognized or disclosed, adile oru difference vanda, it's not a misstatement. Example, provision provision 30,000 but actually 20,000 was only there. So 10,000 difference is there, but that's not considered as a misstatement. Okay. Then objective of SA 540, nothing. From here, audit order process is starting. What we need to do, obtain audit evidence whether accounting estimates in the financial statements are reasonable. First, accounting estimates are correct, and we cannot say. We can only say it is reasonable. That word difference MCQ. We cannot say accounting estimates are correct. They will say auditor has to check whether all the accounting estimates are perfect, 100% correct. How can we check that? It's just an estimate. We can only say whether they are reasonable and the related disclosures in the financial statements are adequate. If they have an accounting assumption, there are certain disclosures related to that they need to give in financial statements. Accounting estimate edutittu appo adore disclosure should also be there. That thing we have to learn, memorize pannanam. 5-6 points are there. Then comes the important definitions. Nothing is there. Bias and accounting estimate in a simple. This is where the question starts. Things to memorize. Oh, this one is see. Till here we have it. Yeah. Auditor's responsibility and audit procedure on this. Risk assessment procedures and related activities for accounting estimates. Because earlier, first we learned something. As per SA 315 and as per SA 330, accounting estimates, we have to link 540 to 315 and 330. That is what, like I'll show you. First standard. Because normally when a 540 question comes, it may be related to 315 or 330. So when you are writing that for 540 matter write panna, sometimes 1 mark chuma poidu. 315 and 330 and 540. Here it is written. See, specifically this standard expands on how 315 and 330 and other relevant essays, basically 315 and 330 more, are to be applied in relation to accounting estimates. How you need to put 315 connected to 540, 330 connected to 540. That is simple. I know, it's confusing. It's a bit confusing, right, for you. Mind la confused varle. Nothing is there. Or nothing is sometimes may not be getting it. So, I mean, if something is going in only, then confusion will be less. I'll say, when we are doing 315, risk assessment procedure, we need to check some accounting estimates, but not deep. Risk assessment, we will be checking accounting estimates also. For provision, whether is it a high risky item, select to audit in 330. That is, when you are doing risk assessment procedure, you will be sometimes taking a glance through accounting estimate 540 ange 315 and 540, that is a link. Then when you are doing the detailed audit, test of details, substantive analytical procedure, when you are doing the detailed audit, sometimes you will be doing the detailed checking of some provision fraud, and sometimes you may be detailed checking. That's 540 plus 330. So when the moment a question comes, mind connect it. If are they asking the question content is related to risk assessment procedure as per 315, or is it related to question content? Is it related to further audit procedure things as per 330? So then you can write 540 plus, if it's further audit procedure, 540 plus 330 comes. Accounting estimate word in the 540, then substantive analytical procedure or audit procedure in the 330. Connect panni you can write. Then these are small things which adds that 1 or 2 extra marks the question le. Because I was also, when I took my first CA final class, when I was taking lecture, when I was studying, I took a final class. I watched a bit, then I was not interested. Because I was not matured to understand final audit. That was not a problem. I was not matured. I never knew audit at that level. Articleship we were doing it, but that guy was talking, like whatever the faculty, he was talking too much in the audit terms. Only procedure names are the full procedure. Because we know we are doing test of control or substantive analytical, but other name of substantive analytical I never knew at that time. So then I found it confusing. Then shut down panni, I left. Then I studied it alone. Auditing studied it alone. But first attempt when I studied it alone, I never wrote that attempt. But on that attempt, I realized this alone padicha, like that time it was straightforward, almost straightforward level questions. Case study key direct question will be there. And that time standards was not this much. I started studying final in the old attempt, old syllabus. Old syllabus we never need to study standards also. Because other chapters are there, 60-70 marks other chapter paper is coming. We can go and pass. And that is just straightforward direct question. Insurance audit, bank audit, like nothing concept. Bank basic concept, account regularized near balance sheet data, what to do, some provision of the standard asset, substandard, argumentative drawing power, only things. But now the game is different. Self-study is okay. Self-study, if you have time to go deep and do the self-study, like question and answer will not work in CA final exam. You will write it, answer may be correct, but only 2 or 2.5 marks you will get. Because conceptually you will be able to link it, what are other standards applicable, what are the extra clauses, anything applicable. Or standard is applicable, some car where the professional ethics may be applicable inside that. To know that, you need to link everything. So management bias, or doing the self-study, study from study material. Perfect. Study material in the self-study, study material once you do the self-study, then you shift to some summary book, it is okay. Because study material, all the linking, everything is properly written. But when people make summary notes, in the linking, cut because everyone want to cut down the page to 300 pages. But when I am making my notes also, my priority is I have to put it around 350 pages or max to max 380 pages. 1000 pages, 350 pages. Something has to go on. So, new management bias we did, then measurement, okay. Audit order objective, accounting estimate, audit order responsibility, risk assessment procedure and related activities for accounting estimates. When performing RIP, that is by 315, auditor has to obtain an understanding of the following. Very easy. First point, requirements of the AFRF. AFRF padikanam. Requirements of AFRF. Requirements of the applicable financial reporting framework relevant to accounting estimate. What is the financial reporting framework saying about accounting estimate? Inventory should be valued at a cost or market price, whichever is lower. Right? Some financial instruments, some accounting estimates, financial reporting framework is saying you have to value it like this. So those are requirements of the financial reporting framework relevant to accounting estimates. Yeah. So, okay. 1 second, guys. When we are ordering for Wakefit or all these brands, when these people come, if you don't pick up the call, sometimes item I have experience, so that is why I got some. So yeah, this one. responsibility. So first we need to check the requirements of financial reporting framework relevant to accounting estimate. Then comes how management identify those transactions and events that may give rise to the need for accounting estimates. In obtaining an understanding of this, auditor shall make enquiries of the management about the change in circumstances that may give rise to a new or the need to revise the existing accounting estimate. How management identify the transactions that may give rise to the need for accounting estimates. Financial statements, a lot of transactions will be there. Which transaction need an accounting estimate? A sale happened. Sale obviously return vandadu. Bought earphone. When sale is a transaction, so sale obviously when you sell, some return will come. So sometimes we need to give some claim or something. So a provision sometimes we may keep it. So how management identify the transaction which require accounting estimate? Management process, how they do it. That process auditor need to understand. And also auditor shall ask the management what are the change in circumstances that may give rise to a new or the need to revise existing accounting estimate. Last year they may be following some method for some accounting estimates. Provision they may be following some data checking order basis, previous 3 year order data order basis, whatever return has come, that method they may be following it. But current year they would have changed that method to some other method, where a market competitor how much return is coming, they may be based on that. So what are those circumstances that create a change in accounting estimate? Two things keep in mind. A risk assessment procedure when it comes, this is the answer you need to write. First, what are the requirements of AFRF for accounting estimate? Then how management identify the transaction which give rise to accounting estimate. Obtaining an understanding of how management identify the need for accounting estimate. That is, we need to obtain an understanding of how management identifies the need for accounting estimates. Simple. In preparing financial statements, management has the responsibility to determine whether a transaction, event or condition giving rise to need an accounting estimate, and that all the necessary estimates have been recognized and measured, disclosed in the financial statement. Simple. Financial statement making management check in which all situations you need accounting estimate and make it. It's simple. Then auditor's understanding of the entity together with other audit evidence obtained, it will assist the auditor in identifying the circumstances that may give rise to need of an accounting estimate. Simple. This may include inquiries about this. Simple. This auditors, one second. Okay. This can be a question, a direct question. Auditor understanding of the entity together with other audit evidence obtained. That understanding plus the extra evidence will assist the auditor in identifying the circumstances or chances that may give rise to a need for accounting estimate. This is a problem. I'll say here management have a method to identify accounting estimate for them. Like auditor need to obtain an understanding of that first. In what method management is identifying accounting estimate. Then auditor will have an self method to when he is obtaining audit evidence, when he is doing the audit, he will have a self method inside him to identify in situations actually accounting estimate. And what management made a provision 30% management made. On auditor is auditing, he is thinking provision 40%. Appo clash on the tank. How will auditor find this estimation? The mindly they are time, but still, how auditor identifies those situations? First, he will do is inquire the management about the change in circumstances. May include inquiries about whether entity has engaged in any new type of transaction. Pudu transaction enter pannitana that may give rise to accounting estimate. Then what are the terms of transaction that give rise to accounting estimate? What are the accounting policies relating to accounting estimates have changed? Whether any accounting policy relating to accounting estimates have changed. Then regulatory or other changes outside the control. Then new conditions or events. Idellam inquire pannumbodu auditor will get an understanding that in some these situations there may be a change in accounting estimate. I think ellarume complex aayittirukilla. Complex, I think your mind like it is getting a bit complex. Other essay madri. I mean, other essay when I was learning in final, I started self-study madri, I learned something. I never understood anything. Memorize then I researched, and the ChatGPT was not there. So I researched it through YouTube videos, Google, last I made a crisp note. But if you note, you cannot make it. It's hard to make a note. If you are making a note, then so much things you will have to exclude. Then like the points, how will you make as a note? It's hard. So I'll explain again. See once more. In preparing financial statements, management will have a responsibility. The management or responsibility to determine whether a transaction, event, or a condition will give rise to the need to make an accounting estimate. Financial statements make pannumbo management or responsibility to identify enna transactions accounting estimate venam. That's management or responsibility. So our thing and obtain an understanding of how management identify that events. Management obviously they will identify those events. We need to understand how management is identifying that event. That's our duty. Then comes auditor understanding of the entity. When we learn about the entity, together with other audit evidences we got, when we learn about the entity plus all the audit evidences we get, it will help the auditor in identifying the circumstances that may give rise to the need for accounting estimate. When we learn the entity, namukku theriyum enna situations il accounting estimate venam. For example, boat. I am taking boat, I am studying boat. Last 3 years of financial statements, the last 3 years of data, I studied. From that, I know when they sell something, they'll get 30% sales return. Or normally, on an average, for 10% customer files a claim against them. And almost whatever, if boat is giving their product to some retail distributors, debtors madri kodutha, out of that 30% people are not giving money. When I study about that, I'll understand all these things. Now provision vendadu. This auditor therinjitidalla. Now auditor therinjathu auditor side la vechirum. Ini management idellam potiteyanu they will come check. Not assumptions management also, if they have done almost similar to that, okay, problem illa. But if not assumptions this much should come. But in management assumption, they have not put any provision like that, or extra overload provision put it. That's the problem. Simple. That is simple thing, but like they have written it in a very big sentence. It gets a bit tough. Okay. So inquiries of the management about the change in circumstances may include, for example, inquiries about whether entity has engaged in any new types of transaction that may give rise to an accounting estimate. Last year, I audited. All circumstances I know. Last year, what all situations, this one, estimate pot. Current year, when I am doing the audit, I will ask the management, bro, current year, last year compared to any new things has happened for which you have to put a new accounting estimate. Management will say, compared to last year, current year we have a bigger competitor. Noise. Both order situation. Noise is offering so much return. So now we have to give a return plus some extra money also, like shipping money. Otherwise, we have to give. That's provision extra. Circumstances marite. Last year this was not there. Or last year we were taking our return policy was only for 7 days. If they buy something, 7 days they can return. Last year that was the policy. So our average return was coming was 20%. But current year our competitors are giving 1 month return policy. So we also have to give 1 month return policy. Upon current year when we give 1 month return, chance of return is getting 10% extra added, 30%. That is change in circumstance. Upon the point, okay. Doctor, the change in circumstance, okay. This one point. New trans because the conjure time at the standard. That is why I kept it to the end. The first day, second day, you will not come to class. This one standard is like that. Only standard. Because line by line we have to take and go. I can quickly do it. Or chart like revision I can do it, but no use. Then comes the terms of transaction that give rise to the accounting estimates have changed. Terms of transaction that lead the terms change. Then accounting policies relating to accounting estimates have changed. Accounting policy changed. Last year we were using some different inventory valuation method or depreciation method. Or current year policy. Then so obviously estimate change. Then comes regulatory or other changes outside the control of the manager. Government told put some extra things, changes. Then new conditions or events that have occurred that may give rise to the need for accounting revision. So this can also be a descriptive question. Or a descriptive question, this is a chance. This box. And mostly the whatever is there in this, if you are studying 540, I don't know what ABC analysis, anything you are following. 540, if you are studying, make sure you study this and whatever highlighted, like in your book also, but some books I have seen 2 pages, 3 pages, 540 is over. 2 pages 540 or summary. Okay. So 2 pages how will this kind of a standard gets over? 3-4 pages I won't say faculty, bro. But I have another 540 notes is there. But 540 notes is there. Revision normally we only use that. I have another 540 notes, all the material in my computer. So I'm not taking 540 notes, means that's crisp. Over crisp this is a final intro. Crisp summary, head points. That was there. That trend was there. If you still some, if like friends, some people will be there who would have cleared CA both group at first shot at first some rank also. For 2 years back. If you ask them, they will give you the guidance. Audit, it's simple, just the head points just memorize it and go. That's the time. Straightforward question coming. Now just see the question paper once and say. Shakespeare Madri in the level question is coming. And but only 30% questions are straight. Like the other chapters, not standard chapters. Other chapters questions are just straight. Anga method is better. Don't over worry on concept. Standard ethics, Karo, the Karo concept. Standard ethics, Karo. Concept. Standard ethics, high level concept. And it is even going to get more. They'll connect more. SAE 3402 and 402. Or connection easier build panla. All these things. Then, yeah, it's okay. Now comes, easy. Now everything is easy. Now easily will get. Auditor has to understand how management is making the accounting estimate. The 30% provision, from where 30% comes. And how they are doing. First, the method, the model using the, first you have to understand the method or the model used in making the accounting estimate. Then look at what are the relevant controls over it. For example, controls over the warranty claim of a product. This is a problem which I noticed with the boat. Boat what a problem? Warranty claim. I bought an earphone and I'm just saying it is not working and I'm returning. At least they should open it and check once the working are. Then only give me the product new. They are not even checking that. So the controls over that was weak for boat. Boat order controls over this warranty and all these things was weak. So when controls are weak, obviously your estimate making should be more. Estimate controls correct are claims like if controls is not that delivery guy is that return pickup guy is not checking whether the earphones are working, so more returns will come. Provision you will have to put. So related don't just study like related control related control how it is applicable, because question if you need to get marks, related controls write whatever is given in the question. In this question, related controls was weak, so provision will be more. Like that, you have to quote it. Then whether management has used an expert for this valuation purpose or anything, management has used an expert. Then assumptions underlying the estimates, whether there have been any or ought to have been any change from the prior period in the making of accounting estimate. Last year, what was the method? Current year, any changes there? How the management has assessed the effect of the estimation uncertainty. Simple. Then auditor shall review the outcome of accounting estimate included in the auditor shall review the outcome of accounting estimates included in the prior period. Easy, nothing is there. This one is their subsequent re-estimation. Last year they put a provision for debtors, the warranty provision 1 lakh. And current year actually how much was happened. So then we can see whether the provision was almost accurate or not. Well, 30% warranty provision put it, or 20% return. Obviously 10% extra. Unnecessary last year they put that much. So current year also their estimation uncertainty 10% extra they are putting it in, the auditor can realize. Then this one is a MCQ or like this is a sentence. Make sure if this sentence is there in whatever material you are using, that's a good material. That's a bad material. Simple. Or judgment review. See, however, the review is not intended to, that is, as an auditor, we have to review. See, the full analysis. Auditor shall review the outcome of accounting estimate included in the prior period financial statements. Last year, what was the accounting estimate? Auditor just need to review that. Once you review, okay, that's okay. And that's subsequent re-estimation, current year, whatever it is, that's okay. But actually, what is auditor reviewing? Management make panna estimation. Basically, management not estimation process we are reviewing. That's okay. and the review is not intended to call into question in the judgments made in the prior period that were based on information available at that time. It means the question is there related to this. That is why in the rota sentence the question they framed. That is why I said if this is not there, then they would have not seen that question also. So understand, the review is not intended to call into the question the judgments made in the prior period that were based on information available at that time. It simply means last year management judgment make panna. Now we are reviewing that. Review pannumbo we are not questioning anything. Last year enna information management kittirundeyo adoda basis they have made that. We are not questioning anything. We are checking only that. We are just checking only that. So one question they have asked, auditor is just doing this. Is it correct or not? Than question. When you are reviewing, we have the power to question, or power to question kadayadu. We can question the judgments management made in the last year, because we can say last year management put a provision of 30%, and current year actually 20% mattan actually 30,000 provision put. Current year actual amount was only 20,000. Now auditor cannot ask the management, why did you put 30,000 last year expense claim pandradaka. Other management not a problem. We cannot say it as a problem. We cannot question him. We can only say because last year information they put that as a provision. Current year info would have changed. So we cannot question. The mainly go MCQ or descriptive anywhere they can put it. Last time because descriptive was there, 540 if MCQ is coming, this can be a question. Complicated paper tougher. The easy paper why should they put it? The review is not intended to call into question the judgment made in the prior period that were based on the judgments. I'll show you the question on this. Then comes the estimation uncertainty. Auditor is just reviewing. We cannot say last year manager make panna judgment wrong and blind. We cannot give it as an observation. Other strong statement. We are just, see, the review is not intended to call into question the judgments made. Management last year made a judgment that 30,000 we are putting as a provision. But current year 30% need 20%, 20,000 finish item. So auditor, when you are reviewing last year management pota current year auditor cannot say that management is wrong and we cannot say, because last year information the management make panna. We are just reviewing it only. We cannot make a statement. It is nama mind le vechikala. Sometimes management fraud arkalam, they are just chumma putting provision. That's nama mind le, but that cannot be our opinion modification ko. We cannot take it as a reason. Then comes for accounting estimates that give a rise to significant risks. Okay, estimation uncertainty. Okay. For accounting estimate that give rise to significant risk. Some high risky accounting estimates. High risky and accounting estimates. In that case, auditor has to evaluate the following. For high risky accounting estimates they have made. For example, some debtors or some sale, auditor is assessing it as some high risky item. Or fraud or suspected, he is suspected. Auditor judgment, then auditor has to evaluate the following. This can also be a separate question. It is a high risky item. Auditor has evaluated it as a high risky item. What shall the auditor actual responsibility in that regard? Question. So this can be the answer. First is how management has considered the alternative assumptions or outcomes and why it has rejected them. Imagine inventory is a significant item and auditor is thinking in risk assessment procedure, auditor is thinking inventory is a high risky item, so I need to check inventory related estimations. I need to check. For example, they are using some LIFO or FIFO or some accounting method valuation, anything. So, management or depreciation easier. Last year management was using straight line method. Current year also straight line method. Why are they not considering WDV? Or like for inventory they are using LIFO. Why are they not considering FIFO? Or provision or anything. Provision if they are putting provision if they are putting any method. Why this method? Why not that method? Why they rejected the other assumptions, other methods? That we need to understand. How management has considered the alternative assumptions or outcomes and why it has rejected them. That is how management has otherwise addressed the estimation uncertainty. Then whether the significant Point, which point? How management has considered alternative assumptions or correct rather than the last particular assumption. Where alternative options work. So when someone is going for a CA course, why did you thought that CMA is not your course or CFA is not your course? Why CA? Similarly, same management at the Madri. Question, why CA? Anyone doing other courses, CFA, CMA, no one is doing. Only CA, purely CA. Like CMA, everything is easy compared to like when we are learning this. For auditing, I know. Other subjects, I don't know. I'm never a CMA. Accounts also to an extent, I know. Accounts, when we are learning this, almost similar content. Extra or 10% effort, you can crack it. 10-20% effort. And more value addition. But in the world, value, like degree is not giving you any value, only your skills is value. Degree is just an entry stuff. Whether the significant assumptions used by the managements are reasonable. The management, whatever assumption they are using, are they reasonable or not? Simple. Then management intended to carry out a specific course of action and its ability to do so. Then management intended to carry out a specific course of action. Why they are doing something? And can they actually pull that off? Something related to assumption related anything. For like for warranty is something coming under provision for any claims or something, we will put provision. Other estimation were right. Other related anything. For example, everything I am saying example so that it will be relatable a bit. Chuma memorize pannite, nothing is of use. This example itself will take boat giving replacement for 1 year, no questions asked. Boat changed their policy. Last year, boat was thinking we will only give replacement for 7 days or 1 month. Current year, boat completely changed that. The boat is saying we are going to give 100 days refund or like 1 year replacement we are going to give. That is a decision made by the management. Why? What is the intent regarding management for making that decision? The market capture and its ability to do so. Can they actually pull this off? Return practically pull off because this return is related to the estimate provision. Return provision. So other related anything, what is the management's intended to carry out that specific course of action and its actual ability to do so. Return. Then recognition and measurement criteria. Almost over. Then reporting is only there. Recognition and measurement criteria for accounting estimates that give rise to significant risk. Auditor shall obtain audit evidence whether the following are in accordance with the requirements of the financial reporting framework. When accounting estimate that give rise to significant risk estimate, auditor has to obtain evidence whether the following are in accordance with the financial reporting framework. Significant risk accounting estimates. Auditor has to get audit evidence about this. These two things and evidence. Management's decision to recognize or not recognize accounting estimate in financial statements. Management's decision to recognize or not recognize accounting estimate in financial statements. Why? If they are recognizing provision, why they are recognizing? If they are not recognizing, why they are not recognizing? That's the audit evidence we need to get. But debtors, management is putting provision for debtors or 10% of debtors. They are putting provision. Why they put it? Management, auditor need to get evidence. If they are not putting debtors, why they are not putting it? So that means obviously figure they are doing it. Then selected measurement basis for accounting estimates. On what equation or formula measurement basis you are creating this provision and all these things. Here comes 315 330 answer. Both different answer. Identifying and assessing the risk of material misstatements. In identifying and assessing the risk of material misstatement as required by 315, auditor has to evaluate the degree of estimation uncertainty associated with the accounting estimates and in auditor's judgment whether any of those accounting estimates has a high estimation uncertainty. This is what you need to write with 315 with the 540 question. Only thing. If this question comes, these two things, 315 quote panni, 540 quote panna done. That is when you are doing the risk assessment procedure, there is something. When you are doing the risk assessment procedure as per SA 315, you have to do 2 steps as per SA 540. That 2 steps. 2 steps are one. First, evaluate the degree of estimation uncertainty associated with the accounting estimate. Accounting estimates, like you are doing the risk assessment procedure, risk you are identifying. In that time, just check what is the estimation uncertainty with accounting estimates they made. They put a lot of provisions. That's estimation uncertainty check. First step. Second, what in the auditor or judgment, has he identified anything that has a high estimation uncertainty? When he performs this, has he identified anything of high estimation uncertainty? Done. Then, a response to the assessed risk of material misstatement. Response to the assessed risk of material misstatement. No question. Whether uncertainty is need to be included in key audit. Whether high estimation uncertainty is to be included in key audit matter. Key audit matter normally audit judgment leave depending upon the thing. Then comes this one, based on assessment of risk of material misstatement, auditor shall determine whether, tell me one case where this one, she asked, high estimation uncertainty comes in key audit matter. Key audit matter is the most important matter. I'm just asking a concept. Like how key audit matter or a serious issue comes in key audit matter. Is that an example, like from your audit experience, or actually how is it a key audit matter? Actually evaluation in scene going concern estimation uncertainty. Yeah, that's we can say. But simpler example, for revenue. Just when a question comes, I just thought, for revenue, sometimes company may be measuring revenue in a percentage of completion based method. That's a business. So, estimation is there. Revenue is something mostly key audit matter, they may put it revenue recognition or method, the problem, what something is there, they will write about all those things in key audit matter. So if there is a company which is recognizing revenue on percentage completion method, and when auditor, because that's full uncertainty, percentage completion, how can you, pakka cannot say, 50%, 30% assumption they are going. That's basis they are recognizing the revenue also. Imagine it's a builder, a DLF builder. So in that case, high estimation uncertainties can be like if an auditor assessment, he is thinking it is having high estimation uncertainty. Imagine that DLF is coming for some IPO. IPO when it is coming, they need to show off their sales so much. So 30% completed project, 80% completed, so they are recognizing the revenue. So high estimation uncertainty is there. That case, auditor can put it in key audit matter. Who was this? Gautam Giri. Hope you got one example. Everything what I'm saying, you have an opposite stand on this also. One, because auditing same case itself, sometimes auditor may assess it as low estimation uncertainty also. The auditor order judgment. Everything has a double point. If you have any opposite points to raise, tell me, then we can argue. Then correct, like discuss one. I love it. Discussion situation. But and other people, like 10 people are sitting in class, other 9 people have info. Sometimes there is new info, because a lot of people may be there who have much more audit experience than me in your articleship period. Like I would have audited I have never audited an insurance company, I have never touched. You would have audited an insurance company. I may get a lot of info from you. So, whether management has approved, then response to assess the risk of material misstatement, 330. 330, when you are performing 330, what are the things you need to check regarding 540 estimates? When you are performing 330, estimates check simple. Whether based on the assessed risk of material misstatement, auditor shall determine whether management has appropriately applied the applicable financial reporting framework relevant to accounting estimate. AFRF correct illa company order. Simple. Then whether methods for making the estimates are appropriate and has been applied consistently. Methods consistently applied or not. Last year what method, current year what method. If there are change in the estimates or in the method used, are those appropriate in the present circumstances? They changed some method and current year the practical illa. Then in response to the assessed risk of material misstatement, auditor shall undertake one or more of the following. In response to assessed risk, you assessed the risk in 315. That's the response you are planning further audit procedure 330. And the time, in response to assessed risk, auditor has to undertake one or more of the following. Determine whether events occurring up to the date of audit report provide audit evidence regarding accounting estimates. Then, either 5-6 points. This one chart, whatever. In your way, you study mnemonic keywords, you study, but still, this measurement criteria and this is very, very important. And the reporting and disclosure, these two things also. This is where the auditor game comes. The first example, estimation and less. This is where the descriptive, if it is coming, because ICA may ask same question once more or same standard once more also. Because one time I got some problem. CA final, it was never I never attempted that attempt. I was attempting on November 22 first attempt. May 23. So, one attempt, I think it was that COVID time. Or Jan attempt first, then they introduced us. Something like that. I forgot in the time. Jan 21, I guess. Jan 21 or July 21 or something. They have asked one question in Jan 20. Normally in final, it is like either consolidation or business combination. Same, normally it will never be like sometimes like last attempt in consolidation, current attempt in consolidation, but never the same question. It's always like last attempt like consolidation if they ask the chain holding. Current attempt like consolidation itself, they may ask some other or something related to consolidation. But at the time, last attempt they asked a wheel limited question. Is there, sometimes it may be there in your book also. Wheel limited question. Two wheel limited question is there. Still I remember. 2 wheel limited is there. One wheel limited. Very long page. Very big question. Almost 20 marks question. This question was asked. I think it was in Jan 21 or July 21. It was asked. So, next attempt and that for another time that was a trend. So I studied everything. Consolidation consolidation in the question that model I never studied. Why should I study? Same question will not come. Cut copy question. Other question. You just check with the paper. Same question came. Amount change like this. Our name itself the change. Same. Gone. 15, 20 marks. Not a paper like I just studied all these things. Oh, then same pattern. I also had another experience in the which was that subject? Audit, I think, yeah. Audit or the law, I guess. Law is not a law. The SEBI or regulation kind of a thing is there. Other one question, I was thinking same question will not be repeated. First, last attempt, when I was writing one attempt, same thing got repeated. This was fun. And the time when you see that in exam hall, oh, the one question. But this wheel limited was never a problem for me. I was not attempting the paper. Then comes whether management has appropriately did the financial reporting framework in response. Determine whether events occurring up to the date of audit report provide sufficient audit evidence regarding the accounting estimate. Then test check the data used by the management for making accounting estimates. Auditor has to evaluate whether the method used for measurement is appropriate and assumptions made by the managements are reasonable. Simple. Then test the extent to which data and accounting estimates are accurate. Like simple points. Source reliability of external data. Like a check 5 points. That is, you have to check on what data they have made the provision, other reliability and simple things. Then recalculate the accounting estimate and review the information about the accounting estimate. Then test check the effectiveness of controls over the estimates used. Simple. Then reporting and disclosure. That is where the two things. In the audit report, what are the report? Audit report. I was thinking he was asking me some doubt. When you were speaking like reading, I thought you were asking me something. So the auditor shall obtain audit evidence about whether the disclosure in the financial statements are in accordance with requirements of the financial reporting framework. Disclosure of the Mari. Then the presentation of financial statement include adequate disclosure on material matters. That is, whatever accounting, any estimates you are using, other related, these things you will have to disclose. Normal. If relevant as per the financial reporting framework, whatever is needed only, include the adequate disclosure of the material matters. That is, what was the assumptions used. Then method of estimation, including any applicable model, basis of selection of estimation, any charge in the method of estimation, source and implication of estimation uncertainty. 5 things. Because question may come, so they may give some case. Inside that case, they have sold 2 things has been disclosed, another things disclosure venama vendama, sometimes like that, or MCQ. What are the other relevant disclosures in this regard? They can ask like that. Nothing. Another ambiguity sentence. Or sentence having ambiguity, sometimes a doubt. In relation to accounting estimate having a significant risk. Significant risk one accounting estimate, even where the disclosures are in accordance with the financial reporting framework. It is something that has a significant risk. And all the disclosures are made as per the financial reporting framework. Management has made everything. Risk item, but management may make disclosure. But the auditor may conclude that the disclosure of estimation uncertainty is inadequate in the light of circumstances and facts involved. So, high risk item, if management give whatever disclosure, still auditor thought process based on his circumstances and based on the fact he needed, he can still conclude that the disclosure is inadequate. Disclosure of estimation uncertainty is inadequate. So, MCQ point, keep this. Because one option management is thinking, auditor can think, cannot think, or other complicated they may give it. So, this one sentence keep in mind. Then comes written representation. You have to obtain a written representation from management whether they believe the significant assumptions used in making accounting estimates are reasonable or not. Simple. Then documentation, document. Then this is just a summary of what we learned. Summary, good summary. I've never seen this summary. Let me see. It's a good summary. Management or responsibility, okay. Audit or response risk assessment procedure. This is not enough. So I'll again just show you the complicated standard, but when you learn by yourself also, slowly you will get idea. YouTube in the video once more on some areas where you lack something. So 540 these 3 only reading is enough. This also reading is enough. This one have to study. This also have to study. This also have to study. 3 questions, 4 questions, 5 questions. Then this full 6, 7 questions only will be like for you to memorize in mind. 7 questions are there. Studying, then study full. Like in the half study, please don't delay. That you can do one thing. Like in the, I know anyways only 20 days are left for examination. I'll give you like the 2-pointer technique. We'll say whatever chapters, if you are planning something to skip, this is not standards, other chapters. Imagine you are planning to skip digital audit, example. Don't skip it. And the chapter, that's 2-3 chapters if it is there, or one day keep it for it and study at least 2 points per question. Every question, easy 2 points will be there. Because sometimes the MCQ useful item, or sometimes 2 points is very easy learning. Just tell 2 or 3 points maximum, and stay to your mind. When we start like, okay, I will only study 2 points, but starting learning, then slowly 3 item, 4 item, 5 item, up in a chapter full item, then it will not happen. Then you will get again go back of not learning it. No, if you have planned to skip one chapter, 100%, take it or 2 points per all the questions. Hard question, easy question, practically like direct asking chapters, it will only work. 2 points. Anyways, the question will digital audit will come. 2 marks you will get. And then the 2 points, sometimes 1 extra point you may be able to write. 2 or 3 marks. The 2 chapters, if you are planning to skip, 4 or 5 marks. And the 5 mark may be sometimes your savior in audit or aggregate. Don't skip anything in audit. But standards, this will not work. Standards, if you are learning a standard, learn it full. Standards, half learning will not, it's very hard. Like professional ethics, on what you will do half learning. All close me padikana. How? This finish mind okay. I don't like to teach this standard. It's very dry standard. 540. Yeah. Now comes like we'll have a 10-15 minutes break. Then we'll take a 402. Break is sufficient now. I mean necessary now. 402 is interesting. 402 and 620 is also there. 620 is also interesting. So guys, in life, just have a 15 minutes break. Please be back by almost 2:40. 2:40 to 2:40 2:40. Well, 2:40 to 20 minutes. 540 தெரியல எனக்கு practical. I mean, எப்படி எடுத்தது எனக்கு தெரியல எப்படி. Like whether you understood. You understood? Oh, happy. 540. Like I have not seen like how they normally take for 540. Ah, ah, ah. Mm, because the other madri, if you don't go, then there is no use in. We cannot write the answer. That's the problem. Answer write panna mudiyadhu. So that is why I always emphasize, like when we are studying something, study it deep, else don't study it. Okay. Half study is like wasting time. So we'll do some questions on this. Oh, you do 40 I told, right? Oh, let them come. Let them come. Gautam Giri, I hope your doubt was clear. Day 2 notes haven't been. Day 2 notes you connected. I'll share it today itself. Don't worry. My honest thing is that like we have something in like number mind. We have just moving forward. A lot of people will have like different opinion and different things are there. Let's just put then world is moving forward. Let's go with the flow. I think you are getting cold. AC do you want to turn it off? If you want, you can turn it off. Some articleship completely over, or is anything pending? Completely over. 2 years only. Okay, 2 years. Oh, you are like new syllabus. Okay. Is there someone old syllabus like 3-year articleship? 3-year articleship. You put 2 year. But I was thinking like 2 year how quickly learning happens. Like I don't know, 3 year then my learning actually happened after 1.5 years. Articleship also. 1.5 year the learning process starts, right? But when it is only 2 years, the CA, the people who are like the chartered accountants, normal 3-year articles we have a liberty. Like first 1 year they will give you some basic works, some assistant they will give. But I heard this 2-year people they are making them work from day one. Just a training, giving them 1 or 2 weeks some training, basic how the things are working. Then tuck in the day one putting an audit onto them and moving. This 560 has questions also, but 570, but not very tough questions. And normally I take this 570 questions, but anyways, last attempt since descriptive was asked, was just brief risk. I don't want you to take the risk, but still we'll go 2-3 questions we'll do from whatever is there in the material. 570 questions asked the theoretical questions. This one is 570 say 540 question. Chumma straight ask the auditor, how do you minimize the risk of material misstatement? Very simple. 540 or 402? 540 see. Management and transaction identify methods, controls. Simple direct question. One more question was also there, but that is also a very easy question. Nothing very complicated question. That is why. Where is it? This one 540. Straight away question. Like whatever is there in the book. Question complex last. This is what I told. Review is not intended to call into question the judgments made in the prior period, and that were based on this question we'll read, because why am I taking ICA questions more and more? Because you need to understand in which pattern they are asking, and when you are learning in an area you should not leave for a topic 5 points. Sometimes last point you have not studied. They may frame question. I lost things there. Then life problem. So which question number was that? 7. Okay. You have good observation skill. My observation is literally bad. Very bad. Yeah. So a private company is engaged in the business of real estate. Company real estate business. Auditor of the company requested the information from the management to review the outcome of accounting estimates. Auditor of the company requested the information from the management to review the outcome of accounting estimate. அதுக்காக அதை ரிவ்யூ பண்ணுறதுக்கு auditor just requested the info. Auditor requested the info from management for what purpose? To review the outcome of accounting estimates. அதை ரிவ்யூ பண்ணுறதுக்கு auditor asked information from management. That is, management எப்போ did this accounting estimates and auditor is now asking to review it. Okay. Included in the prior period financial statements, especially last year or statements. And their subsequent re-estimation, all these things. Management has refused the information to the auditor, saying that review of a prior period information should not be done by auditor. Who are they to say that? We can do the review, but we cannot question them. Question it's like what answer to write in the what conclusion to write in your mind. 100% confusion will come. Should the auditor, can auditor ask for, or is management refusing is correct? Conclusion le doubt this conclusion diplomatic, straight conclusion diplomatic. See, this is why I told one sentence don't ignore. 540 story written, then by performing risk assessment procedure, identify and understand these three things. Then lastly, the answer, the review is not intended to call into question the judgment made in the prior period that were based on the information available at that time. The review is not intended to call into question the judgments. Judgment question the review made in the prior period that were based on the information available at that time. Management is not correct in refusing the relevant information to the auditor. Management is not correct. Okay, but in the director write panna mark varada, this is the supporting sentence. Okay, 540 is done. Now we have to 402 and 620, which is tough for you. 402. 402 will go deep. SA 402 audit considerations relating to an entity using service organization. Company is using. First of all, this standard. I am a company and I have outsourced some of my services to some other companies and I am taking services from them. So when the auditor of my company, like main company or auditor, in the companies outsourced a lot of services to others. Basically, outsourcing means that he is taking services from them. Worker taking services. So this case, when I am auditing this company, because in the company major services are outsourced, I have to check the internal controls and the operating effectiveness of controls and all these services outsourced to them. But all services I don't have to check. That is the game in this. Company would have outsourced a lot of services to lot of people. For a bigger company, you see, canteen would have been outsourced to someone, canteen facility, or some cleaning, office cleaning would be outsourced to some staff, some agency, like cleaning agency, it would have been outsourced. That and all is not required. There are certain specific set of services. If we outsource those services, that is, we are taking those services from a company, certain specific services, then that is affecting our financial reporting process. If that service is affecting our financial reporting process, then those services are relevant to the auditor. As an example, which I'll say, you will understand. So this, just see, you will get it. It's very simple. You know the concept in the concept you know, but the procedure and like smaller things are worrying you. This standard. Very easy. This one chart is enough. This 3-4 pages I have written everything. All the possible questions from this. Type 1 reporter, type 2 reporter. That's a problem. Type 1 reporter, type 2 reporter. So, yeah. Imagine we have a Flipkart. Conceptual standard. Flipkart. Flipkart is the user entity. That is the entity which is getting audited. That is a user entity. Flipkart, imagine I am going to audit Flipkart. Flipkart we are going to pay. So Flipkart is taking services from Razorpay. You know that Razorpay, that payment gateway. So Flipkart has outsourced their payment things to their Razorpay, or service organizations outsourced it, or any service. Let it be payment gateway, something which is related to financial reporting process. Financial reporting process related means what? I'll explain. Wait. Adange reach agato. Slowly maturity build panne pola. So first is Flipkart is the user entity, what we call, and the auditor who you audit, that is called the user auditor. Done. So, and Flipkart has outsourced its services to service organization. That is Razorpay. Payment process is of Flipkart, everything is processing is done by these people. Similarly, many services can be outsourced. Okay. Services outsourced. User entity is receiving services from service organization. Then, only services that affect the user entity to financial reporting process. Question pathata, you have to identify whether those services is affecting the financial reporting process or not. Other than first step in the question. First identify only those services that are affecting user entity's financial reporting process are considered. Other services are ignored. Only those services that affects financial reporting process affect panna services are considered in SA 402. Where SA may be considering something, but 402 this is only considered. Other services are ignored, gone. So financial reporting process means, what is financial reporting process? We know that basic the financial statements related item, accounting, but main thing like the SA 402, all systems plus controls that record and process financial transaction and make financial statements. Financials journal financial statements, what are the things happening inside this? All the systems a company have, all the controls over it, all things are financial reporting process. So, if company has outsourced any service relating to this, if they relate panna service outsourced panna, that only comes in 402. Example, canteen service outsourced. Canteen is just an expense in the financial statements. That is not affecting financial reporting process. But Flipkart payment gateway itself is gone. So, there is one question which you need to identify in your mind. When you see a question, first thing you have to identify, is it affecting the financial reporting process? If a service is affecting financial reporting process, then 402 comes, else 402 will not come. But question there is one rule. Affecting financial reporting process means, if the service organization, that company, stores or controls user entity financial data, financial data, if they are controlling or they are storing it, then it is said to be affecting financial reporting process. Example, see, inventory is managed. Imagine I am a startup. I have a lot of inventory, but I don't have space inside my factory. So what I did, I hired a warehouse near my factory, or automated warehouse where robots and all these things are there. I don't have the capital to build it. So I hired it. So all my inventory is kept there. The moment an order comes to my factory, my website, it will go to that system. Warehouse automatically packs everything and goes. So warehouse inventory. Inventory is a basic item and not a financial data. Inventory is my main data. Other data is stored there. Inventory mattu angi irukadhu. Inventory oda how much inventory remaining, adoda value and cost and everything, they also have the data. So that means that the service that warehouse is giving to me, it is affecting my financial reporting process because they store or control my financial data. For canteen outsourced. Canteen outsourced is financial data. It's just an expense. For me, I'm just paying. They don't have any of my data or anything. They are just giving me food. I'm just paying them the money. Data on the so canteen outsourced or office cleaning help. There also the helpers are coming. I'm just paying. Service is outsourced. I'm taking the service from them, but my data nothing is with that company. But inventory management it is there. Then payroll processing, my salary, my employees or details, monthly salary. Sometimes payment itself may be paid by them, outsourced. My bank account through. So my data is with them. So SA 402 comes. I'm just giving everything related to that. Even payment gateway, obviously, money related. Then accounts receivable management. How much my financial data, how much receivable debtors I have, that is there. Energy Then cloud-based accounting system hosted by Soho or QuickBooks. One company, I am taking the service of Soho for my accounting. My ledgers all Soho. Basically, Soho is giving me service. Soho is a service organization and I am taking service of Soho. Soho or QuickBooks, whatever softwares are there. Simple. So these are all outsourced services there where 402 applies. In 402 varama irukra outsourcing services. See, office cleaning, it will not come because it's a concept sheet. That is why I'm going literally slow. 402 very highly important for this attempt. The last attempt it was not asked. Adukku munnadi irundha attempt I guess it was asked. Adukku munnadi Mail it was asked, I think 402, I guess, but still it is important because you have to understand just one thing. There are 3-4 standards only which are not there in inter, they are in final. So adukku always it is important. That is SQC SA 220 ange irundha kuda, but still it is important here. Anga konja less important compared to final. But 540, 240, 402. Then what is it? 720. Then 800 series. Adella ange illa inge mattum irukku. So adella obviously sir, I'm just talking about auditing standards. It is just important now. That's konja 2-3 years ka apra adoda importance will go down because that is just because it was just introduced 2 years only. Right? So when 402 is coming, sometimes your interlinking question to 3402 may come. That may come. That I'll explain. 2 days ago I'll make a video and how the question interlinking is happening in standards. Because I'll say how it works. That's eppadi the interlinking varum? Tell me. Like how does interlinking will come to 3402 and 402? 3402. Yes. That is our report given by 3402 level reporter, service auditor. Yeah. So that we'll learn. That 3402 level we'll learn. Here we'll just focus on 402, how it is applicable. First, idonnu clear ana, everything it comes completed. Then 402, outsourced service like canteen. Canteen is outsourced. Again, nothing is affecting my financial reporting process, only it is not getting affected. HR recruitment agency, unless HR recruitment doesn't have my financial data. Financial data for HR recruitment agency, and at the same time, it's not HR recruitment agency. Sometimes HR service providing agency will be there. They may be also processing my payment of employees also. Appa adu relevant. Just recruitment mattum it is not relevant. They don't have any my financial data. So the word is the game changer. Keep in mind, HR directly pathata, don't think it is 402 is not applicable. Then no. Then marketing services and logistic services, they also don't have any of my data. Just delivery info only they have. If they have my inventory data, if there is a company, that company manages my warehouse, at the same time they do the logistics also. Appa the financial reporting level because they have my inventory data, financial data. But if it is just they are doing the logistics, it is not applicable. Just delivery they are doing 40 rupee per delivery, 50 rupee per delivery only I am paying. Nothing is coming. So this is the core thing you have to study. This understand panna friendly if you go waste of time. 402. First, so user entity gives a service. User entity outsources service to service organization. So sometimes this service organization may outsource the service to another service organization or part of the service. That is called a sub-service organization. Not very important. Then yeah. So now we'll go. So crux. So if client has outsourced some services to service organization, client service organization services outsourced, and those services are part of the user entity's information system relevant to financial reporting. That yan kodutha services is part of my financial reporting thing. Adile konja relevant ana, it is part of my user entity's information system relevant to financial reporting. Then those services are called relevant to audit. That is 402 le. Those services are coming. Whatever services I'm repeating it again and again. Whatever services they are giving me, if it is not affecting my financial reporting process, if it is just an expense in my P&L, then gone. That is not relevant. So question first thing we identified that. Slowly we will go. Then how to know whether the services are relevant or not? The services are relevant. I told you like when it controls or stores my financial data. Other things are also there. See. If those services affect any of the following, affect panna, then it is relevant. Stores or controls, I just gave a tip for you to remember. So this is the actual thing. If those services affect any of the following, then it is relevant. First, class of transactions significant to user entity's financial statements. User entity financial statements, some significant transactions if it is affecting, it is relevant. Financial reporting process if it is affecting relevant. How user entity's information system capture those events and conditions, other path will decide the relevance. Then controls surrounding the journal entries, procedures by which user entity transactions are initiated, recorded, processed and transferred to general ledger, related accounting records, supporting information used to do this. That is, if it is affecting my financial reporting process, or if it is affecting my how my user entity capture the event, that is when a sale happens, how my entity my information system records it. Adellam path I will decide. So if I have given them outsourced one service, so that is affecting this. So obviously, and the service are relevant. So similarly, if it is affecting anything, if it is affecting my controls surrounding journal entry, when an accountant is putting the journal entry, it is checked by a supervisor accountant. Avanga at related other services if I have outsourced. Then, like sometimes there will be accounting services. Accounting services may be done by inside the firm, but other just to do a rechecking of the accounting services. Sometimes it may be outsourced to some CA firm or internal audit or indirect way they may be doing it. But control is there. Control is checking this entry. And the control services are related to financial reporting process. It will come. Yeah. Then if services are relevant to auditor objective, or if services are relevant, you look just this question. Every question you will be able to answer. Even if it stores or controls any of my financial info, done, it is relevant. Simple as that. Then if services are relevant, then auditor objective is to. Services are relevant, anal, what should I do? I should understand those services and its effect on user entity's internal control. They are giving me payment gateway services. I am Flipkart, they are giving me payment gateway service, Razorpay. I have to understand those services first and what is its effect on my company or internal control, user entity or internal control. Design and perform audit procedure in response to those risks. If any risk in against do the audit procedure. How to obtain an understanding? From here comes the type 1 report, type 2 report. Type 1 and type 2 difference in yes. Specific date.
Specific period, and it also includes the list of
controls. Yes, that's the difference. That is the main difference is two things. Type 1 report operating effectiveness kadayadu. They are just checking the design and description of the control. Type 2 report operating effectiveness plus design plus description. That is the first difference. Second difference, type 1 report is for one, like in a particular date they are making it. And the date whether internal controls were working or not. Type 2 report means for a period, for 6 months or 1 year, last 6 months of internal controls working or not. We'll explain that now. But just to heads up. Okay. So if services are relevant, auditor objective is to understand those services. Is very important. So not very important. Then how auditor obtaining an understanding of services? This one. That is, service organization is Razorpay is giving Flipkart a payment gateway. As an auditor of Flipkart, how I will understand the services provided by Razorpay? That's relevant. That's service first. That's what I will understand. How I will understand. First, what I will do, I will see the how auditor obtain an understanding of the service. First, and you are doing this at the time of risk assessment procedure. Risk assessment procedure. The risk assessment procedure done along with obtaining an understanding of risk entity. This 315 you will obtain an understanding of entity, its environment, internal control. And the time you will be understanding the service organization and service organization services also. Because understanding happens in 315. Identifying the risk, assessing the risk. Risk and the risk big, small and assess. That's deep checking in 330. So identifying service organization or service also comes in this. Okay. First, you will understand the nature and the significance of the service. And the service, that is, how significant is Razorpay's service to my company, Flipkart. Very important. Without Razorpay, Flipkart is zero. Every payment process. Per day, like 1 lakh, 2 lakh transactions are happening in Flipkart. 1 lakh process where there is no other payment gateway other than Razorpay which is that good? Other payment gateway Razorpay other thing PayU is there. PayU is there. Only few but Razorpay is the sharp, right, for e-commerce or PayU. I think PayU is also good. Builders PayU, I think it is good. I have seen PayU multiple times, but Razorpay is integrated, obviously. So imagine, so what is the significance of that service to ನಮ್ಮ entity? Important item aranda, adakku separate relevance. Important illana, important irukka illa, all these things. Then nature and the materiality of the transactions inside that. Whatever transactions we are doing, adoda materiality. Then relationship between namma company and service organization. What is the relationship between us? Sometimes I'm not a subsidiary company. We don't know, like sometimes I would have some shares in the company, anything. Then degree of interaction between subsidiary, the service organization and user entity. Degree of interaction. See, extent to which user entity has put controls over service. Degree of interaction, even though Razorpay is giving me services. Razorpay is a separate company, Flipkart is a separate company. I am taking services from Razorpay. But still, what I will do, they may have their own internal controls. But sometimes, because Razorpay is important, not money is coming through Razorpay, I need to make sure there is no loophole in that. So what I will do, I will put my some internal controls also in Razorpay. But the konjam easy, I'll say. I have a, like I am a manufacturing company, I don't have a warehouse. So I keep my inventory in a separate or third party warehouse. I have outsourced that service, warehousing to a third party. But I need to make sure not inventory is nothing is stolen or all the things. So I will put a CCTV camera there. Not a camera room. That is an internal control put by user entity in the service organization. So if the more controls I am putting more controls there, it is called more degree of interaction. Less controls, less degree of interaction. So these four things also you have to understand. And this chapter, this one charted the LM is there. Full coverage of this chapter is there. And in very crisp manner. Like here, it's not like memorizing like 540 or 620. The understanding is the game. Then comes another. The LM interconnected, linked. I'll say how it is. Lastly, or linking. Then if auditor is unable to obtain this audit evidence, understanding. See how it is linked. First, enna service organization. Adukapram, which services are relevant? In other relevant services, auditor, what should he do? Then here it is written understanding those services. Eppadi and understanding edukkanam. Linked. Understanding. If understanding kedakkilana, what you need to do? So when you are recalling the mind, chumma close pannittu first what are service organization? Adale services relevant. How services are relevant? Adoda answer you recall in mind. Then services relevant kante keele vandittu auditor need to obtain an understanding sollirukar. How auditor will obtain an understanding? Appo adoda 4 points. Ini understanding kedakkile. What should auditor do? Adoda 4 points. Ellam it's connected like that. So if auditor is unable to obtain an understanding, sufficient understanding from user entity, I am going to start the audit in my risk assessment procedure. First procedure for understanding the company's internal controls. During my RIP, I also tried to understand the service organization also. Then RIP I try to study the service organization also. Because company is taking so much services from a Razorpay, I need to study that. So I asked the management of user entity, company, client ke ask panna, bro, you are taking so much services from Razorpay. Can you give me the details of that? How the thing is, how it is a fees you are giving to them, how the commission cutting works, and what is like on which date the payment will be credited? Is it credited in a bulk? I need to understand everything. Management is not giving you information. That is, user entity is not giving you information. What to do? That's the question. They are not giving you. What should you do? What you can do? First thing you can do is obtain the type 1 or type 2 report if available. We'll go type 1 or type 2 report. Type 1 report versus type 2 report. So this is a report. Namma service organization, that is in the company. Service organization is a company. Service organization may have someone called the service auditor. And here we are not talking about the namma statutory auditor. Here we are talking about internal controls or assurance. So as an auditor of user entity, and since user entity is taking so much services from them, I need to make sure service organization, anyways, I will check my company internal controls, but I will also check service organization or internal controls. I have to check it because என்னோட main money is with them, with these people. So I have to make sure இங்க internal controls super. But அதுக்கு I don't have time to go there and do the audit enough. So there is something called all these kinds of service organizations like Razorpay. Razorpay is not only helping Flipkart. Many companies they are helping. So it is a service organization to Flipkart, sometimes Amazon, sometimes where the e-commerce companies are everything. But Zepto, Blinkit, this Razorpay may be integrated. So all of these company auditors need a Razorpay or this one, internal control assurance report. Appo what Razorpay will do? Razorpay will have a service auditor. This guy will come and check service Razorpay oda internal controls ellame test panni. He will make a report. The good or bad or whatever it is, report he will make, and they may sometimes publish it in the website, or sometimes they may have it with them. This report will be there, and mostly it is in India 3402. SAE SAE 3402 one report you are talking about. That report is made by the service auditor here, and another report may be published also. So anyone like if Blinkit is integrated to Razorpay, Blinkit auditor can take that from the website and see how good the Razorpay internal controls are, and Zomato is linked to Razorpay. I immediately open and see Razorpay website, it will be there. So that is what we call a type 1 or a type 2 report. In the two reports we told, type 1 report, type 2 report. The two report will be there. In the two report, difference is that report. First report is called type 1 report, type 2 report. If you are type 1 report means here type 1 report the service auditor will not do deep checking of internal controls of service organization. They will just check whether the design and description of the controls of service organization. They will just check service organization and controls other design ellam proper, other particular description ellam proper, done. Whether it is working properly or not, they will not check, and they will do it only on a specified date. That is, if I am a user service auditor, a service organization hires me, I'll go one date, like as on this date the company's controls are working fine, not working fine, control design okay. But when it comes to type 2 report, this the service auditor, he will check the design, description, plus also the operating efficiency of internal control throughout the period. And here it is period. Here it is on a specified date. That is, 13th July service auditor will come and check and give type 1 report. Type 1 report as on 13th June or 13th July, company or internal controls like design proper, they were right. That is only on one date. On the date they have checked. But type 2 report, the auditor will check for a period. 1 year, 6 months. Last 6 months, company operating effect, internal controls, are they operating fine or not? Detailed, I will check. So, type 1 report, if you are doing risk assessment procedure, you can use a type 1 report. Type 1 report use pannalam, because inge risk assessment procedure test of controls benda. You are the user auditor. User auditor, when he is doing 315 risk assessment, anga test of controls is not needed. So he can, so inge test of control here they are not, here the auditor is not testing the controls anything. Here only they are testing the controls operating effectiveness. So user auditor, when he is doing the audit, SA 315 just to check 315 just controls understand panna podum. Adukku type 1 report is more than enough. Type 1 report use panna, type 2 kadacha adu use pannalam. Anything is fine. Because രണ്ടിലും full irukku. Idile only design mattum irukku. Idile design plus operating effectiveness irukku. But 315 when we are doing only design is needed. Appo idanalu okay. But if I am doing my further audit procedure 330 use பண்ணும்போது I have to rely on the internal control of service organization. Test of controls பண்ணி I have to rely on them. That I cannot use this because they have not done, the service auditor has not done test of control. I will use only this. Idan only difference in this. I know you know this, but chumma on explain panna, like guys attending live also, it will be useful because it's an important standard for this attempt. So type 1 report, service auditor gives a reasonable assurance about design and description of the internal controls of the service organization. Design and description at a specified date only. That is, at that date are the internal controls present, design and description done. Then for user entity, type 1 report is only useful when performing risk assessment procedure. Further audit procedure, it is not useful. Then that is understanding the internal controls, identifying the risk of material misstatements, understanding design of internal control. Idukage only type 1 you can use. Controls proper work pandriyana you cannot use it with type 1 report. Then don't use type 1 report to rely on controls, reduce the testing of or substantive procedure. But because this is like a low value report, idukku velli value onnum kedayadu. Andra illa control irukkailla. But this one is like super value report. Nalla money kodutha mattum he will do it. This type 2 report. So type 2 report la service auditor gives a reasonable assurance about. Here reasonable assurance only about design, description plus operating effectiveness of internal controls throughout the period. That is here test of controls done for a period 1 year, 6 months, etc. Therefore it can be relied by the user auditor. Test of controls are done here. Controls are tested in the service organization or all internal controls mostly everything he will check whether it is good, bad, is it has it operated perfectly for the last 1 year or last 6 months, whatever is the period, not today. Last 1 year la work pandrilla he'll check. So type 2 is useful in risk assessment procedure and further audit procedure. And area you can use type 2. User auditor can use type 2 if he wants to rely on the controls or reduce the detailed testing. Substantively test of details pannama detail poga venda controller rely panna poradhukku he can use type 2 only. So type 2 can be useful for risk assessment ku you can use it because adukku thevapatta item idukkulla irukku plus further audit procedure also you can use it. Done. So that's over. So if auditor is unable to obtain a sufficient understanding from user entity, that is you duty and see when I am doing 315 I need to understand the entity. Adoda code I will also understand services from service organization. That is duty. And the time if I am not able to understand, the user entity is not giving me information. Information kodukale theriyirudhu company. So I can obtain a type 1 or a type 2 report if available. Adu padicha I can get the info. Type 2 report when you read I can get the info. First option. Adu mudiyale. Type 1, type 2 report is not available. So contact the service organization through the user entity. Tell Flipkart, like I am the auditor of Flipkart. Tell Flipkart, bro, I want to talk with the Razorpay. Let me connect me to Razorpay and obtain the required info. We can directly get the info of Razorpay or controls from Razorpay itself. Then adu mudiyale. Then you can visit the service organization. Chumma poi visit panna mudiyadu. You have to get permissions through your user entity. Management permission edutittu you can visit the service organization and perform the procedures required to get the information about controls at the service organization. Then use another auditor to do this, that is perform the procedures and get the like either you are visiting pongalku mudiyalena vera edavadhu auditor vittidunga to and go there, do the control procedure there, for basic la come back. Done. This is another way. Yeah, you service they are uploading it there, we can take it. We can also update it, connect it. Doubt normal because Razorpay, because why should he give it to only us? Money is paid by Razorpay auditor. I mean Razorpay money would. So type 1 and type 2, but normally the website le ask Razorpay. Take it. Usually, how it will come, I'll say. Because Razorpay is a service organization. Razorpay provides services to picture. Imagine this is Razorpay. Razorpay provides service to Flipkart. Blinkit is there, or Amazon may be there. Lot of these people are there. So ivanga ellarkum individual auditors are there. Ivangaloda auditors like in the ivada auditor of Amazon, ivada auditor of Blinkit ellame irukku. So these people are actually the who wants this service report. Appo Razorpay oda auditor is here. Appo ivanga ellarkum Razorpay auditor kitta ask pannadhu oru problem. So what Razorpay knows that all of my clients want my assurance report. So Razorpay what they do, they itself will have set these things done and they will have this report already. razor pay. Like whenever he is asked, because they know that other users get option. So obviously whenever it needed, they give. Okay. Because type 2 everyone will not create this type 2. Other requirements is there. Type 2 creating. Type 1 they normally create. Because razor pay obviously they will create. But chinna service organizations will be there. They the procedure they maybe type 1 they will run. But razor pay everything they needs everything. But if you chinna warehouse, inventory warehouse, they are related to my financial reporting process. But 1 lakh type 1 type 2 yeah. Separately normal. Now what I'm saying is that if the reporting they're doing it. Chinna entities will not do it. Separately, if they wanted to do it, they'll have to spend the extra money. Okay. That's separate. That's separately. Separate. We are learning 3402 order service assurance. But sometimes some company may be, some service organization may be an Indian company or something, but maybe international. Rules or something may be different. Service auditor, control assurance report may also be different. So it's always like 3402 mattu applicable. That is also you cannot say. Sometimes some other country order rules pragaram whatever report is there, that you will get. So we cannot say like ICFR like anything. We cannot have a specific thing on this depending upon the company to company. If he want for risk assessment procedure. But it is not obviously the risk assessment procedure evidence like further audit procedure then we are looking for audit evidence conclusions. Sole evidence we will not take it. Like what that is what I was saying. Service auditor. Service auditor organization or party. Like what are your question was, can the user entity or a user auditor, can he take type 1 report as a substantive, sufficient appropriate audit evidence? Is that a question? Other depending upon, for example, if he is doing the detailed checking, further audit procedure level checking, adukkaga evidence a type 1 report is not allowed because it is not possible. Other test of controls control testing only I can, because why I need it as an evidence first of all. Either I wanted to rely on their controls and I don't want to do the detailed checking. I need it as an evidence. Where evidence so type 2 report is only possible. Type 1 for risk assessment procedure. Like when we are doing the risk assessment procedure, we can identify internal controls actual date and where maybe different users may be there. I'm just talking about user auditor point of view. Policies are there or not, different users may be there. But 402 we are taking it for checking it for risk assessment procedure purpose. We are taking type 1 and type 2 we are taking for 330. Namma situation. What is the other purpose of that assurance report? They may have some different purposes. I don't know. I know this. Okay. Yeah. So obtain type 1 or type 2 report if available. Do all these things. Then if user auditor is using type 1 or type 2 report, user auditor, other evidence we are taking it. See, type 1 or type 2 report, not evidence, sorry. Understand the service organizations. The user auditor has to detect the sufficiency and appropriateness of audit evidence provided by the report. For that, user auditor shall be satisfied as to. That is, if I am relying on them, like here it is mentioned for risk assessment procedure, I am not taking it as like a sufficient conclusive evidence. I am just using it for understanding my entity. For relying, I am taking like 330, I am relying on type 2 report level I can rely, like what you said. So if user auditor is using type 1 or type 2 report to understand the entity, the user auditor has to detect the appropriateness of audit evidence provided by it. The report original duplicate check panna. But the thing is, sir, if it is created by a chartered accountant, we cannot check the competence of CA also. Namma CA avanga CA. So adinale service auditor will check the independence of the service auditor. Service auditor, service organization independent. To an extent only we can check. How can we go and deep check? Then competence, so if he is except a CA. Assurance engagement with CA is normally doing, but some other person may be doing for other countries and all these things. Sometimes except CA only you have to check the competence. If he is a CA, no need to check the competence. This is MCQ, remember. Then adequacy of the standards used. That is 3402. Whatever standards they are preparing it. Indian whatever standard they are using to prepare this assurance report. Other standards used proper, we will check. If this is proper, then only we will take this as a for obtaining, like we will consider this as at least it has given, we can use it for understanding the entity, understanding the service organization. If then we can use this report for our understanding purposes. So if they are giving us this report, to use this report for our understanding purposes, we need to make sure we have this. Then only trust this document. Simple. Then type 1 and type 2 reports used as audit evidence, user auditor shall. Type 1, type 2 report, if I am using it as audit evidence, then user auditor shall. Here also risk assessment procedure. That is what I am saying. Risk assessment procedure type 1 and type 2. Further audit procedure type 2 only. That's doubt clear. Further any mind clutter anything. Let's see. You ask me if I don't know the answer, we'll search somewhere. Tell me, any doubt? Clear? Like, any doubt? Anyone, like, for example, there may be someone. I have never used 3402 report in my life. And the article I have never used it. After that 1 year I did job, I never used it. Auditing but I have never seen. Audit life use panala. But there may be, but I have did something else which you would have not done. Different other companies in a different area I would have done the audit. But there may be a lot of people sitting in front of me who would have expert in all these things, service organization. But they may give you the answer. It's valuable, right? Yeah, then type 1 and type 2 report used as audit evidence. User auditor shall do what? If you are using type 1 or type 2, for risk assessment, don't think further audit procedure. That is I am writing. So sometimes if your book, what I don't know how it is mentioned, any book either risk assessment when you are using as evidence, not for test of controls which are detailed. No, don't miss it. So external confirmation. External confirmation link he can get it from the external auditor. Other external, okay, what you were asking, what I understood was, user auditor, if I need some extra information, I can ask it to a service auditor to confirm. When I'm getting confirmation, external confirmation I can use if I'm sending 505. But I don't think they will ask from this. They are not, I don't know whether they are thinking to that level. Doubt? RIP it cannot become. Number 330 risk assessment we are not using any audit procedures. Test of substantive procedures we are not using. Just inquiry, inspection. The one more thing was there, observation, analytical. Yeah. So evaluate, because in the auditing, is not a route if we know. Base layer. What is base? 315, 330. 315, 330 strong, all the standards will automatically be strong. When we are learning FR or FR, discounting present cash flow future future present this is a trick, like multiply divide. If that item is strong, how much ever complicated question comes, you will be able to figure it out. But I have seen lot of people, they know future present suddenly opposite sometimes future present future they don't know. Question sometimes they may twist it and give, you are gone. Basic, if it is strong, everything automatically falls in place. Audit, that is the best thing. Inter-level, 315, 330, 320, materiality, that is strong. Because that is when I thought of teaching audit. Finally, I understood. Inter, I never understood anything. Finally, I understood it again. A lot of people may be there who don't understand this. Let me teach it. So, if type 1 and type 2 report, but auditing order problem, daily you have to keep on updating. Pudu ideas you will get. Some external confirmation question. Pudu idea. So type 1 and type 2 report used as audit evidence. User auditor shall what he do? Evaluate whether the date type 1 are the date, type 2 are you are using the period. Evaluate whether the date or period of the design and description of controls is appropriate for user auditor order purposes. Date and period appropriate. If I wanted specific date level, okay. But type 1 in a data and date layer, then period level, period. I wanted to check the risk assessment for last 1 year I am auditing, and they are giving me the type 2 report of last 3 months. It is not relevant for me. I need 1 year of type 2 report, like that. Then sufficiency and appropriateness of evidences provided by the reporter. Then determine whether the complementary user entity control. What is that? QEC, complementary user entity control identified by the service organization are relevant to user entity, and understand whether user entity has implemented such controls. Basically user entity service organization level controls or for this services control set by the user entity. That is complementary user entity controls. User entity set panna controls. It may be suggested by service organization. So in the controls problem, they may say so user entity may implement some controls. Sometimes it may be inside service organization or the process affect it may be there. But if user entity is implementing these controls or 3, 4, 5 controls, sometimes 2 only may be relevant to financial reporting. Other controls may not be there. So these controls are that service organization assumes will be implemented by the user entity. Okay. Then the note type 2 report can be used for risk assessment procedure for understanding the service organization and service organization's control only. Understanding. You cannot use type 1 to rely. So type 1 if you are taking as audit evidence or anything, other type 2 reliance you are taking further audit procedure for reliance on internal controls or for reducing the substantive checking. Type 1 only for this customer. Then what? Finish it almost done. Finish it. A test of controls at a service organization. Test of controls. If user entity, user auditor expect controls at a service organization to be operating effectively. He is thinking that controls will be operating effectively. Obtain audit evidence about operating effectiveness by performing the following procedure. Here it was risk assessment. Now we are talking about further audit procedure, FAP. So, okay. So further audit procedure, like I am service user in entity or auditor. My company order main some control things are affected by some controls at a service organization, but I cannot sometimes go and check it. So I need to get an evidence that controls are working effectively. It is my problem. So first option is I will rely on type 2 report. 1 illa 2. If it is available are type 2 report. Is there a mandate for mandatory service organization? Like is there any limit? Have you heard about anything? Service organization if evolo turnover service organization in the report mandatory in the no, right? No idea. Correct. No, we cannot say. No idea. We don't know. Just to check for it. Just check. Can you please check someone Google? Is there any mandatory thing? More adding extra info. Type 1, type 2. My question was sometime I am a service organization, chinna service organization, or a period service organization also there. So here they have said obtain type 2 report if available. Sometimes is there any mandatory rule that if you turnover a company must have a type 2 report, a type 1 report? And the rule I'm just saying. Rule is there. 3402 also we are not studying any rules. Rules we are not studying. We'll check. Guys on YouTube, just check and tell me. இதை எப்படி செக் பண்ணுமா? Limit is not there. Statutory mandate limit. அப்போ அது common sense correct. Now also I was thinking this. കാരണം everything has ഒരു common ഒരു standard or rule വരുമ്പോൾ common sense വേണം. അതിലെ correct. So If Razorpay knows that their users want it, so Razorpay will keep it. If I am a small service organization, எனக்கு இதொന്നും தெரியாது, நான் இதை கீப்பும் பண்ணாது. And என்னோட user entity 3-4 user entity வரும்போது they'll keep on asking their auditors. அப்போ fourth year that I was also thinking that is how it is gone, but I just wanted to know if the rule இருக்காது. இல்ல, okay, அப்போ correct. Because இருந்தா we would have studied it in 3402. Nothing is there, but yeah. So obtain type 2 report if available. Done. Type 2 report illana, you are not getting type 2 report, then perform the test of controls at service organization. Go there, check it. Then use another auditor to perform the test of control at service organization on behalf of user entity. User auditor. எனக்கு பதிலா வேற யாராவது போய் பண்ணுங்க. Then if user auditor is using type 2 report as audit evidence, I am using type 2 as audit evidence. That audit evidence I can blindly trust it. To ensure controls are operating effectively, determine whether it is whether to provide sufficient appropriate audit evidence by. What are things you have to check? Evaluate the design and description of the and effectiveness of controls at the appropriate date. And the report I can evaluate when the control. Then evaluate the adequacy of time period covered. I needed 1 year or a type 2 report. And the type 2 report 1 year or 6 months or whatever it is. See. Evaluate whether test of controls performed by service organization provide audit evidence, sufficient evidence. They are saying they did the test of controls, but report when you see only 30% control was tested, and that too on a sampling basis. Mostly do, but that's a problem. So that's efficiency evaluate. Then determine whether complementary user entity controls are relevant and whether user entity has implemented it. If yes, test their operating effectiveness. Service organization suggested some controls to me, like bro, idellam implement pannanam. Have the user entity implemented that? If yes, go and test it. Done. So it also done. Then last question, reporting by the user auditor. Reporting anga. If user auditor is unable to obtain audit evidence regarding relevant service given by service organization. I tried all the way. Type 1 report first what is the order in which user auditor need to understand and do the auditing of service organization? Order first no, first ask the management. Adukku munadi ask the management namma company user entity oda team oda give me information about avarodellam avangata ellam kodukka sollanam. If they are not giving, then type 1 type 2 report. That's go and perform the test of control. Send our auditor, send someone, the forward. I'll show you why. Because why I asked is, see, if auditor is unable to obtain audit evidence, okay, you answered this one. Everyone answered this one. Like, oh, how obtain, I never asked this one. Order normally when they ask me, no question relating to that. I'm just saying from my side. If there is management in the info kodukalena, then you are going with the type 1 type 2 report. First management kitte ask pannidolu. Management means user entity kitte. Yeah. So now we are focusing on reporting by the user auditor. Reporting. So reporting by the user auditor. If user auditor is unable to obtain audit evidence regarding relevant service by service organization, user auditor ku evidence kedakalena, modify the opinion and go khadam oru qualified edutittu poidunga kedakalena. Then a reference to service organizations report on user audit order report. In a situation le we give a reference. Reference is very important. And where do we give this reference inside audit report? Other information. Opinion item affect panna enga koduthirum. Basis for opinion. I'll say situation, I'll say, so you'll understand. Basis for opinion. Adu indalalla 620 it will come. Opinion if something is affected. Basis for opinion is affecting. For user case or user entity or the problem, opinion is getting affected. Modified opinion koduthitte. The basis for opinion you are giving the reference. Detail other matter paragraph like if it is not there in the financial statements, OMP illana EOM, emphasis of matter you do it. So reference to service or organizational report on user entities audit report. In which all situations you are giving a, this is reference of service organization order report. But 3402 avanga kodutha report reference I am giving in my statutory audit report. In which situation I am giving that reference? First, reference to service organization order report in NOD audit report. If I am giving an unmodified opinion, company oru problem kada unmodified opinion, no reference is needed for his report. I may have used it, audit evidence adukkaga ella used it, but no reference should be, no reference should be mentioned about it. Same thing 620 is there, similar oru concept. If unmodified opinion, no reference is needed. Then if modified opinion, if you are having modified opinion, if reference is relevant to the understanding the modification of opinion, company like auditor, user auditor modified the opinion, and the modification is something related to this service organizational issue, that is in the modification and then explain pandradhukku I have to make sure this, I have to mention this report. And the other situation, that is if that reference I am giving is relevant to understanding the modification, then reference you can do. That is basically if modification is related to the service organization. I have modified my opinion related to some issue related with the service organization. So that issue on the basis for opinion I have to mention service organization report report problem like that. Then you can reference. But if modification is related to any other matter, no reference. Modification is there, but where other matter, no reference. So only case is this where reference is there. Very important, keep in mind. Done. 402 is done. We will do some questions on 402. Study material questions. No, this break. Sound order when I'm constant, because I am not using a mic. Mic use panna if class is full of fill okay. Echo madri on that, it will be very bad for, not good for you audible, and my sound is also not suitable for mic. So I don't use it. Sometimes it comes. And it's not because of, normally it comes when you speak for 3 days, 4 days consistently, or morning to evening class, it comes. Now it's only like 2 days, 3 days we did, and only 4 hours something we did. But this is, I think, is because of the weather also. Sudden rain, takkunna rain poite, takkunna weather I was afraid. Because when I came to Tamil Nadu last time, interview to meet Tharun sir, last December, like December le vannappo Kerala in the like heavy rain, rain, full road mottam, like I cannot even walk outside. December, January time. Then inga set when I went to Kerala to take back all my like car, all the things I have to bring it here. Then Tirumbi vannappo full veil. So hot I cannot even, because that time rain time I thought okay, I'll bring my bike, so no problem. I can problem raincoat. I love it to drive in bike, ride in bike. I mean rain. Bike on the pop, hot you cannot go out. Then for last 3, 4, 5 months it was like completely hot. Then suddenly it rain. But it is good. Sound. Hey, break. I will go. Yeah. Okay. I get the chumma 15-20 minutes. Your time is going. I don't want your time to go, because in the time whatever happens next to 20 days put the blood and sweat, escape from this loop. CA is a damn loop. Average effort clear aga mudiyadhu. Enter panna, exit panna, you are a king. Illana, you are just stuck for like 30,000 rupees, 30,000 rupees, 40,000 rupees. That is the maximum. So once you exit it, done. Don't put the average effort. Average effort ellarume put pannidu. Put the exceptionally high effort. And I have a doubt. If you see, Mark, just saying it live poetry. I'll say after YouTube. I'll cut it because video sometimes problem. This is just another doubt how things are working out in CA final. I wanted to make a video regarding this on my YouTube channel last week. Then I thought, So because if you are not understanding exactly like how am I saying, everyone will get afraid. Controversy ആയിടും. അത് റൈറ്റ് സെൻസിൽ എടുക്കാൻ முடியும். Some people are there, if you have the fighting spirit, அப்போ ப்ராப்ளம் கிடையாது. ஃபைட்டிங் ஸ்பிரிட் இல்லைன்னா அது ப்ராப்ளம் தான். பட் ஃபைட்டிங் ஸ்பிரிட் இருக்கும்போதும் வேர் டு ஃபைட்னு தெரியணும். வின் பண்ணாமல் இருக்கிற சுச்சுவேஷனில் போய் என்ன ஃபைட் பண்ணுறேன்? இப்போ ஐ எம் லைக் திஸ், I am fighting a 6'7" guy who is like this big and who knows the martial arts. Why is like, இப்போ எனக்கு martial arts தெரியும், but there is no way that I can beat him. இப்போ I am fighting Tyson Fury. அங்கே ஃபைட் சேலஞ்சு கான்ஃபிடென்ஸு மற்ற அது ஆல்ஃபா மேல் എന്നൊക്കെ சொல்லி சொன்னால் he'll finish things out. So brilliance should also be there. When you are fighting somewhere, if you are doing some job or business, scope இருக்கிறதுல மட்டும்தான் பண்ணணும். இல்லாமல் பண்ணிட்டு there is no use. I believe in that. And now the world is changing like எங்கே தான் போகிற ஒரு ஐடியாவே கிடையாது. ஐயோ. But CA guy thinks CA will survive the AI thing only when you adapt to CA. I mean adapt to AI. இல்லைன்னா தூக்கி எடுத்துடும். That is what I was coming to say on this. அது how to adapt to this world. 240. What standard? 402 is here. 402 question. 11, 12, 13. Very easy questions, nothing complicated. So what are the factors should the CA Harish consider regarding the nature, timing and extra activities undertaken by service organization? Direct question. How get a fact activities, but in the nature, materiality, or 3-4 items we said on the same question. A direct question, nothing is there. Which this is also basically a very easy question. Then they are asking is, I'm not reading, chumma story adichu vittirukku. Type 1 report வேணுமா, type 2 report. See, hospital, Happy Hospital is a very renowned hospital for orthopedic surgeries in Mumbai, having sophisticated infrastructure. Happy Hospital has started using a novice system which includes complete record of indoor patients. ഇത് മറ്റേ എന്നാ ഈ സോഫ്റ്റ്വെയർ നോവൈസാ, അത് കൺട്രോൾ സിസ്റ്റം അല്ലേ? എന്നാ സിസ്റ്റം അത്? അല്ലല്ല, അതാണ് കേട്ടെ, യൂസിങ് എ നോവൈസ് സിസ്റ്റം. I was thinking this thing will be there, like in the hospital automatic system will be there to record something. അതോടെ അത് നെയിം എന്ന് നനച്ചേ, നോവൈസോടെ മീനിങ് ന്യൂ ആ. ഓക്കെ അപ്പൊ എന്നാ ഓക്കെ അപ്പൊ സ്റ്റാർട്ടഡ് യൂസിങ് എന്നാ ഐറ്റഡായത് നോവൈസ്. ഓക്കെ, സോ നമുക്ക് കേൾക്കാതെ സോഫ്റ്റ്വെയർ ആ. ബിക്കോസ് ഐ വാസ് തിങ്കിങ് ഓക്കെ 3 years ആയിട്ട് ഐ സ്റ്റോപ്ഡ് ഓഡിറ്റിംഗ്, ലൈക്ക് அதுக்கப்புறம் 2 years ആയിട്ട് ഓഡിറ്റിംഗ് എല്ലാം വിട്ടിട്ട് വന്നിട്ട്, ഐ മീൻ ആർട്ടിക്കിൾഷിപ്പ് ജോബ് എല്ലാമേ ഇത് പുതു ഏതോ സോഫ്റ്റ്വെയർ, നമുക്ക് കേൾക്കാത്ത ഏതോ സോഫ്റ്റ്വെയർ. സോ ഹി ഹാസ് സ്റ്റാർട്ടഡ് യൂസിങ് എ നോവൈസ് സിസ്റ്റം വിച്ച് ഇൻക്ലൂഡ്സ് കംപ്ലീറ്റ് റെക്കോർഡ് ഓഫ് ദ ഇൻഡോർ പേഷ്യൻസ്. അത് മാതിരി അതായത് സിസ്റ്റം ഇരിക്കാ. ജസ്റ്റ് ഒരു യു ഷുഡ് നോട്ട് ഹാവ് എനി ഡൗട്ട്, റൈറ്റ്? സിസ്റ്റം ഇരിക്കുക, ചുമ്മാ ഒന്ന് ചെക്ക് പണ. GPT is also not working. Okay. That is their diagnostics, their treatment எல்லாமே will be done by that software. Medications, billings, receipt thereon, which is developed and managed by the CT contractors. Okay. അപ്പോൾ അത് ന്യൂ തൻ മീനിങ് കറക്റ്റാ. CAZ is a statutory auditor of Happy Hospital. CAZ came to know something that is immature or not fully established. New one. I mean, operational trial like irukku. Okay. Minimum viable product എന്നൊക്കെ சொல்ற மாதிரி ആയിട്ട്, just in the market. Okay. CAZ is concerned whether the controls at the service organization are operating effectively. അതാണ് question, simple question, complication ഒന്നുമില്ല. Controls are operating effectively or not. For this purpose, CAZ demanded from CT softwares an assurance report. Which type of report he should issue? Type 2. Simple. Because Angadan operating effectiveness of controls is there. Done. What aspects are to be considered by CAZ in using such a report as audit evidence? Here, operating effectiveness is checking. Operating effectiveness means a test of controls. Test of controls means a further audit procedure. That is 330. So, here he is using type 2 report as 330. What are the aspects to be considered by CAZ in using such assurance report? An aspect to be considered. Description, full adequacy of time period covered by things. Simple. That's the answer. Let me see. I see another, we cannot say. Evaluate the description of the system, controls, then all the 4 points. Simple. And when you see this suggested answer, like I yesterday also said, don't expect to write exactly like idu madiri adu mudiyathaayittu adu over hope vekkale, but main points vechittu, like all the points which you have, I mean I'm saying like idu madiri intro, idu madiri how will we write it. Lot of students do irrelevant writing practice in auditing. I've seen they think that they'll, when they write only they will learn. Learning normal we need to, how much how like it will take you 10 months to write and finish learn auditing, adu mudiyadu. Learning happens through normal way, and testing okay you can write and see. But I know people who, for them to learn, they wanted to write, then only they will learn. I was thinking how long it will take time. I respect their hard work on that, patience. And where another friend was there in CA final. CA interest, exemption. Writing, they have time. I was also thinking 1.5 days write panni parva. I don't know, but one of my friend was there, and she CA inter cleared. It took her 9 attempts to clear CA inter. 9 attempts edutittu. Appo next final le vandappo her problem was it took her 2-3 attempts. Appo we all like friends ellame irundha cleared. Appo I was saying what is wrong with her? She is the best person in our articleship. Ellame theriyum. Appo I asked her, what is your problem? She said, enikku theriyada, presentation time ile answer ezhudi mudikale, FR ku ellam she is only writing 60 marks, 70 marks. Okay, I thought okay fine. Appo just I asked her, like it's been 2 attempts, all of us who were in the articleship, she said to me, articleship ile friend aayirundhavanga ellarum poite, she is already like 5 years elder than me. 9th attempt like she is clearing CA. That was time that was time I joined her. So she told me, she gave me her suggested paper, the FRO FM model. Her problem is, if I say you will not believe, she'll only draw within the scale, pencil, the proper format. That finish panna mudiyum. And her thing is, she don't do any combined study, she don't speak with friends during the study. Self padikkiram. So that is her problem. No one told her that in the table is not important. Adavadu pencil vechitto pen vechitto tuck tuck varachittu pota podum. She was like presenting in the centimeter scale doing like this. So that is why paper, every attempt she gets around like 190, 180. At that time 200 was the pass mark, 190, 180 in the marks. And she's so good in every office. You would have seen people who are so good at working stuck at CA, and some memorization guy will clear. Okay, so yeah, that's also done. Then memorization രണ്ടുമേ ഇല്ല. ഓക്കെ, മെമ്മറൈസേഷനും ഇല്ല, ഇതുമില്ല, ലൈക്ക് എക്സ്പേർട്ടും கிடையாது. ബട്ട് ഇതിലൊരു CA ഹാസ് എ വെരി ഗുഡ് തിങ്. ഇഫ് യു ആർ അറ്റംപ്റ്റിംഗ് ഒരു 2 attempts അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 3 attempts ഒക്കെ ആയിട്ട്, ഇമാജിൻ ലൈക്ക് someone has taken some more attempts, if you can still hold on to this, ഇത് എപ്പോഴാவது ക്ലിയർ ആയിടും. ഇറ്റ്സ് ലൈക്ക്, ആൻഡ് ഓൺലി തിങ് ഇസ്, ഈവൻ ദോ ഫിനാൻഷ്യലി ഫാമിലിയിലുള്ള പ്രോബ്ലം, ഐ നോ ലോട്ട് ഓഫ് പീപ്പിൾ ഗോസ് ത്രൂ ഫാമിലി. ഐ വാസ് വൺ ഓഫ് ദം. എനിക്ക് ഫസ്റ്റ് അറ്റംപ്റ്റിൽ ഐ റോട്ട് CA. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் அட்டெம்ப்ட் ரெஜிஸ்டர் பண்ண எழுத முடியலை. ஸோ நெக்ஸ்ட் அட்டெம்ப்டில் கோவிடும் வந்துட்டு. அப்போ லைக் செகண்ட் குரூப்பு கிளியர்டு. எவ்ரி ஒன் ஃபோர்ஸ் மீ டு கோ ஃபார் அ ஜாப். அட்லீஸ்ட் எனக்கு ஜாபுக்கு லைக் ஐ ட்ரை டு ஸ்டே ஹார்ட் வித்தவுட் எ ஜாப். பிகாஸ் ஐ நோ இஃப் ஐ கோ டு எ ஜாப் தென் கான். லைக் இந்த அந்த வழியே போயிட்டு, பிகாஸ் ஸ்டில் நவ் வி ஆர் ஒன்லி கெட்டிங் 5,000 rupees stipend. ടക്കുന്ന് when we are going for a job, we are getting 35,000. അപ്പോൾ പെട്ടെന്ന് മൈൻഡിൽ, ആൻഡ് എക്സാമിക്ക് ലീവ് മേൽ ഓൾസോ they will not give me. So initially I just joined somewhere and I told them I need leave, like before exam I need 3 months itself leave. They told me yeah, okay, done, we'll do it. When last time le kodukale, tak I told I'm going because notice period ellame irukku. I don't care, you file a case, whatever it is, I need to go. Because we need to be selfish. Last 2 months avada, at least we don't study, how can we clear CA is that kind of a course. എപ്പോഴാவது ഹോൾഡ് பண்ணிடுங்க. இப்போ ஜாப் வேணும்னா Zomato delivery போய் போ, no problem, because there you are working on your terms. Exam varumbodhu, if you are free, like when you are driving, I'm just saying this straight. I know people doing this. Kerala la ennoda friends irukku, not Zomato delivery, wherever the madri works pandravanga, but they never join a CA firm for before clearing CA after articleship. Because the problem CA firm le morning to night you will have to work, and adukapparam Saturday Sunday also you will have to work. Exam ku leave kodukada last oru 20 days koduthiru. 20 days la enna panna mudiyum exam ku? Even one group irundha pooda at least 1 month avadu minimum. So delivery boy pona kuda clearing CA is important rather than making the short money in the chinna 50,000 or 30,000 எப்படியாவது survive பண்ண போகுது. Like if you don't have a money problem in the situation, தெரியாது. If you have gone through this only, you will understand the situation. Then comes the last question, that is 13. FAB Limited is availing the services of RTA, irrelevant. FAB Limited is availing the service of Attia Private Limited for the payroll operations. Payroll, they are doing this. Payroll cost around 63% of the total cost of FAB Limited. Payroll is 63%. Here outsourcing Attia Limited has provided type 2 report as a specified under 402. Type 2 report service organization. For its descriptions, okay. Service report happy. Attia Private Limited has also outsourced a material part of the payroll operations operation to MS Limited in such a way that RST Associates is sub-service organization to the FAB. Sub-service organization. But when you read this much, you will think of the very complicated question. Simple. Type 2 report which was provided by Attia Private Limited was based on carve-out method under 402. You know, whatever it is. CA Akram, while reviewing the unmodified audit report. Question is this. It's not a complicated question. Very simple question. CA Akram, while reviewing the unmodified audit report, drafted by his assistant. Assistant drafted unmodified audit report. He is reviewing it. A reference has been made to the work done by the service auditor. CA Akram hence asked the assistant to remove such a reference and modify the report accordingly. Comment whether CA Akram is correct in removing the reference. Question in removing the reference. Yes, because unmodified opinion report you cannot give a reference. And in the modify that is why they purposely put it. Opinion modified. Reference. I also got confused. That is why I asked, look at the requirement. Requirement is CA Akram correct in removing the reference of work done by service auditor. I asked. So sub-service is complicated, but the modify is the most complication word. In the modify, when you see, you will see that okay, unmodified layer modify opinion. That is a complication they are making. So keep this question also in mind. Now we have 402 is also done. One more standard is there today. That is 620. 620 someone asked me yesterday, right? You asked me 620. I was not thinking of taking 600 series, easy standards. I was focusing on 710 or 720. What tough standard we have? 710, 720, 800 series. Done. Almost done. Baki 200, 300, 500. So 620 also we will take. You need a break. Problem. I'll finish it. No problem. Yeah. Where is you? Notanga. Eh? Yeah, okay, then we'll have a 10-minute break. No problem. We'll join by 4 o'clock back. So guys, have a 10-minute break in live and please be back. go with 620. It's 620 conceptually ഒന്നുമേ കിടയാതെ ചുമ്മാ ഓരോ things to learn, but I'll just quickly we'll go through ഒരു 20-30 minutes we'll easily finish everything to like to 620. Questions, everything is easy. 620 ode 620 600 series, yeah. $620 using the work of an auditor's expert. Using the work of an auditor's expert. Auditor's expert. Who is auditor's expert? Who is management's expert? Someone auditor's expert, management person expert, management expert. Auditor's expert fees yaru kodu? Auditor. Auditor? Alla, auditor sometimes client la irunnu vaangi koduthiru. Obviously, okay. Just so normally the auditor adoda serthu he'll buy it from the take it from the client. So who, tell me 5 auditors expert. 5 പേര്. Actuary, okay. Yeah. Software தெரிஞ்சவங்க, systems. Valuers, obviously. Registered valuer மாதிரி எல்லாம் value பண்றவங்க. Then 2 more. Experience ல இருந்து whatever you know in articleship படிச்சு. Anyone is an expert. Anyone who is other than, who is expert in any field other than accounting and auditing are experts. എല്ലാ ഫീൽഡും ഇപ്പോൾ അതിപ്പോൾ ഇലക്ട്രീഷ്യനെ വിളിച്ചിട്ട് company has a lot of machineries, and machineries imagine ചുമ്മാ ഒരു hypothetical scenarios, I'm just cooking up examples. അപ്പോൾ ഒരു company, lot of manufacturing things are there. Companyയുടെ electricity cost is very high, and during audit I have a doubt whether why this electricity cost is this much high. Imagine I audited similar ഒരു company, അവർക്ക് ഇത്ര electricity cost കിടയാതെ. So now I wanted to check the condition of machinery. Machinery condition check for machinery. Sometimes old AC may be functioning. Old AC will take so much current compared to new AC. Similarly, old 10-year-old machineries will take that much volume of current. So I asked management ഒരു machine expert കൊണ്ടുവന്നേ. He's saying machine is working fine. Still I don't know, I cannot understand. I'm thinking a fraud is there. Then electrician വന്നപ്പോൾ electrician താൻ ഇങ്ങനെ leakage is there എന്ന് കാട്ടി കൊടുത്താർ. He is also an expert in his field. Anyone who is an expert in their field other than auditing and accounting. Auditing and accounting is an expert. Taxation le kuda other experts are there. They are only mentioning audit because taxation is some taxation expert it is okay. We are not saying we are expert in taxation. Anyone who is an expert in any field other than accounting and auditing. Idellam chinna loopholes in this standard. That is what I initially chumma told. Anyone, any other person. You are inventory for gas company or oil reserve. Those kind of area you are going to audit. You cannot check inventory condition, you don't know anything. Someone coming, experience irukadile. Tell me like theriyar pudu vishayam. Company called Sun Pharma. Sun Bara. Egypt le. Oh, പോയിട്ടെ. Inventory. Estimated. Hired an expert. That's practical level experience. This is like, they said their experience. For 10 people are here. 10 people can get it. This is the value when you are come in a live class, like online live will compare. I asked, especially CA final when Kerala when I'm speaking to students, I asked them, because it would have never been done by at least another 5-6 people hearing. Good experiences. Let everyone become collective chartered accountants. Big. So auditors expert. 620 deals with auditor responsibility regarding use of work in the field of expertise other than accounting and auditing. Accounting and auditing illame ellathilum. Easy areas I am just quickly moving on. Question tough areas or complicated areas we will touch. Baki ellam reading area. Who is auditor's expert? Very easy. Anyone hired by auditor. Objective n, determine whether to use the work of an auditor's expert And if using the work of auditor expert is, and if using the work of auditor's expert to determine whether that work is adequate for your purposes. Essay 620 objective is determine whether an auditor's expert venama, or else I can do it. But decide this first vela. Second, if I am using someone, then determine what determine avanga panni enakku kodutha work is it adequate for my audit purposes. I wanted to check the company had a land and in Nagar, and they are saying the value of the land is say 10 crore, and they have revalued and put it as 10 crore. But common sense I am a real estate agent. Imagine I am an auditor, but I am into some real estate dealings. Enakku theriyum the land definite 7 crore value kadayadu. But when I am asking them, they are showing a valuer vandite certificate ellame kodutittu. But practically I don't trust that valuer. So what I will do, I'll check the objectivity of that registered valuer and I'll consider that evidence as bad. Objectivity pathapa and the valuer was not independent. So to cross check that, I need sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Adakaga I'll hire someone, he will come and check on the land value, he will give me. Based on that I can say. But idile basis I cannot go too deep because other judgment. They are also expert in their field, but still reasonable assurance it can be enough. Yeah, so these are the people who are experts in different fields. Lot of experts are there. Here itself, estimation of oil and gas reserves people are there. Then actuarial calculation of liabilities, valuation of complex financial instruments, analysis of complex or unusual tax compliance issues. We are saying India namma tax better. Is there any course in India which is better than CA in taxation? Chumma, I'm just asking. Nothing is there, right? IRS officers are there, yeah. But still, I think we have more knowledge than them, right? What are they studying? I'm just asking, to become an IRS officer, I don't know the UPSC syllabus and all. UPSC than IRS is coming, right? UPSC definitely they are not learning tax like we do. 100%. Then we are the experts, right? What is the field? Ini where though in the enrollment agent, other some courses are there. I don't know how deep you are. That's tax practitioner. Okay, but avangalkum namma vida knowledge irukum. I don't know how deep they are studying. Yeah. On the international taxation and taxation we studied. Now it is there the model tax convention. Oh. DT the game is DT simple game is have a mistake register, DT is sorted. Mistake register in that DT pass 100%. Mistake register at least 5 marks chumma poid. What is a mistake register? Mistake register the really. You should watch some YouTube videos on things. Okay, I'll say mistake register. DT is no problem. DT is an understanding subject. DT or beat any paper like accounts, like FRA, from whatever it is. Mistake register, I think I thought like everyone has it because it's a practical paper. First, when like every attempt, every revision, you cannot solve all the questions again and again and again. So what I used to do, and not a strategy was, first revision I will do. First revision I will not make any mistake register. First revision we don't know anything. We are just revising things. But second revision, mostly it was for DT and IDT. The heaviest number of mistakes we are making. Chinna mistakes, one mistake was the entire answer wrong. But FR, FM, at least we will get some step marks. But tax full up sometimes. So, what I used to do, first revision, normally I will study everything. Second revision onwards. When we are second revision also, we will solve almost 70% questions also we will solve by hand. So, questions are wherever I am committing a mistake, one line, my guarantee to me was that one line I will mention that mistake in a book. All mistakes, when I am studying one chapter, PGBP, adjustments, mistakes I did. Like simple, adjustment, 44 ADL, I took some wrong amount, everything. I will mention it order, structure, that is PGBP chapter, in the heading, in the mistakes, in the page, I did this mistakes. So once I finish PGBP, I will have a list of almost 70 to 80 mistakes I made in PGBP. That when I was learning and when I was solving the problem. Ella doubt irukra. So PGBP I have this list. Then other chapters also. Second revision I will make this list. Then third revision is coming after 15 days something. In the days before I start the third revision, I will never start the third revision. Like first before starting third revision, in the mistake register if I am going to solve PGBP, മിസ്റ്റേക്ക് രജിസ്റ്റർ പഠിച്ചിടും. അപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് தெரியும் என்ன മിസ്റ്റേക്സ് എല്ലാം ഞാൻ ഓൾറെഡി பண்ணியிருக்கேன். then I'll do all the questions. അപ്പോൾ അതിലെ മിസ്റ്റേക്ക് വരാതെ. so I can easily cut off lot of questions, but I still have a list of all my mistakes. then fourth revision വരുമ്പോൾ the question will become ഒരു 30%. എല്ലാമേ പോയിട്ട്, because mistakes பண்ணதெல்லாம் இங்கே இருக்கு. அது we have written it here. so 1.5 daily you will have, and especially 1.5 daily 1.5 daily, 1.5 daily there is another sheet we have to maintain. ഒരു A4 ഷീറ്റ് കയ്യിൽ വെച്ചിരുന്നു. ഒരു A4 we are studying any subject, DT, tax, whatever. எங்கே டவுட் லைக் யூ ஆர் திங்கிங் இந்த ரேட் நீங்கள் ஃபர்கெட் ஆகிடும். 194 ஜேயோட 1 ரேட் ஃபர்கெட் ஆகிடும். அந்த மாதிரி பிகாஸ் ஒன்லி 1 or 2 times is the maximum you can revise in 1.5 day. 1 is normal. என்னென்ன ஃபர்கெட் ஆகிடுமோ that can some descriptive question may be there, you are forgetting. அதெல்லாம் ஷீட்டில் எழுதிடுங்க. so 1.5 டேல மார்னிங் நெக்ஸ்ட் டேல மார்னிங் just have a list of only the important items. டக்குன்னு ரிவைஸ் பண்ணிட்டு எக்ஸாம் டே ஹோலில் இருந்தோன்னு ரிவைஸ் பண்ணிட்டு காரிய gun. this mistake register is an asset which we are doing. DT അറ്റ്ലീസ്റ്റ് ഒരു 5-10 മാർക്സ് ചുമ്മാ ഇൻക്രീസ് ആയിട്ടുണ്ട് DT ആൻഡ് IDT. ജസ്റ്റ് ട്രൈ ഇറ്റ് വൺസ് സോ ദാറ്റ് ഇൻ ദ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ കട്ടിങ് ഇസ് വെരി ബിഗ് പ്രോബ്ലം ഫോർ അസ്. ഫസ്റ്റ് റിവിഷനിൽ സോൾവ് பண்ணும், செகண்ட் ரிவிஷனில் we also see those questions as important because செகண்ட் ரிவிஷனில் சால்வ் பண்ணால் மட்டும்தான் கட் பண்ண முடியும். சால்வ் பண்ண முடியாது, எங்கே ஒரு சின்ன மிஸ்டேக்னால தான் சால்வ் பண்ண முடியாது. so we are keeping the question again. how are we that is a problem. you should only have ഒരു 20% of the questions on 1.5 day, and ആ 20%ലെ ഒരു 20% ഓടെ ഒരു 5% is what we can solve. അപ്പോൾ കട്ടിങ് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യനുக்கு മിസ്റ്റേക്ക് രജിസ്റ്റർ വേണം. ബട്ട് ചുമ്മാ കട്ട് பண்ணாൽ ഈ സെയിം സംടൈംസ് സിമ്പിൾ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യനുக்கு എക്സാം കൂടെ വന്നിട്ട് യു വിൽ മിസ്റ്റേക്ക് ഇറ്റ്. ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് വൈ മിസ്റ്റേക്ക് രജിസ്റ്റർ വേണം. ദെൻ ഓഡിറ്റിൽ ഓൾസോ ഇഫ് സം ചാപ്റ്റേഴ്സ് ഓർ സം ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് വിച്ച് യു ആർ അൺഎബിൾ ടു സ്റ്റഡി, ഇപ്പോൾ ഡിജിറ്റൽ ഓഡിറ്റിൽ ഒരു കോംപ്ലിക്കേറ്റഡ് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ യു ആർ അൺഎബിൾ ടു സ്റ്റഡി, ദർ ഇസ് സംതിങ് കോൾഡ് ഡീലിങ്കിങ്. ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് ഇൻ യുവർ ബുക്ക്. എല്ലാമേ ഇഫ് യു ആർ ലേണിംഗ് ഫ്രം വൺ ബുക്ക്, യുവർ ബ്രെയിനിക്ക് ഇറ്റ്സ് വെരി ഹാർഡ് ടു ഗെറ്റ് ഇറ്റ് ബാക്ക്, ടേക്ക് ഇറ്റ് ബാക്ക്, ബിക്കോസ് എല്ലാ പേജും ഒരു സെയിം ലുക്കിൽ ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് ദർ. So what I used to do, whatever was tough for me to recall, per chapter ഒരു 5 questions will be there, maximum tough. അതോടെ ഫോട്ടോ എടുത്തിട്ട് ഫോണിൽ ഇരുന്ന് പഠിച്ചിട്ട് அந்த question. അപ്പോൾ அந்த 5 questions ടോട്ടൽ ഒരു 20 questions my brain is linking it to the mobile phone. so exam when the question comes എന്നോട് brain ഇത് മറ്റേ ഫോണിൽ ഇരിക്കുന്ന question ടക്കുന്ന് അങ്ങേ പോയിടും. there will not be any complication. then some 5 questions I will take and put it in some wall എഴുതി വെച്ചിടും. ഒരു 5 questions ബോർഡിൽ എഴുതി വെച്ചിടും. link it to different places. tough questions only, easy എല്ലാം ബുക്കിൽ it will be. yeah, so determining the need for an auditor's expert. in which all situations you need auditor expert? very easy. auditor's expert may be needed to assist the auditor in one or more of these kinds of situations. in the situations le venam obtaining an understanding of entity ku venam, identifying and assessing the simple things. why should we waste time? tough area edavadhu irukka nokka. this understanding may be obtained through experience in auditing. adu easy. auditor may obtain ഇതിൽ if I am hiring ഒരു ഏதாவது ഒരു എക്സ്പെർട്ട്, ഒരു വാല്യൂവർ ഫോർ പ്ലാന്റ് ആൻഡ് മെഷീനറി കണ്ടീഷൻ ചെക്കിങ്ങൊക്കെ എഴുതിങ്ങൾക്ക് there is a clause that I have to understand அவங்க பண்ண ஒர்க். then only I can know is he cheating me. என்ன அவங்க பண்ணுறது பேசிக் ஐடியா வேணும். அதுக்கு how will I get it? this understanding may be obtained through experience in auditing entities that require such expertise. இது முன்னாடி இது மாதிரி ஒர்க் பண்ண entities when I work I will get this thing. then education or profession like formal courses ஏதாவது இருந்தால் அதில் இருந்து I can get. but இதில் ஒரு ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்குது. this sentence ஒரு like some tricky sentence. education or professional development in any field like formal courses you can take. ഒരു how a registered valuer is valuing a land, അതോടെ വല്ല ഇൻ്റർനെറ്റിലെ കോഴ്സ് ഏറെയിൽ ഒരു 99 rupees കോഴ്സ് എടുത്ത് അറ്റ്ലീസ്റ്റ് യു വിൽ ഗെറ്റ് എൻ ഐഡിയ തന്നെ അങ്ങ് വാട്ട് ദേ ആർ ഡൂയിങ്. സോ then it is written discussion with the individuals possessing expertise. whoever knows that work we can discuss with them. but idile clear such a discussion, that is this kinds of discussion differs from consultation. ipo where was that a mere representation is not considered as a karo illale, a mere representation before tax authority is not considered as a dispute with karoda statutory dues clause. അങ്ങൊരു ക്ലോസ് ഇസ് ദർ. മിയർ റെപ്രസെൻറ്റേഷൻ വിത്ത് അവർ നോട്ടീസ് അയച്ചിട്ട് ഒരു നോട്ടീസ് റിപ്ലൈ കൊടുത്തിട്ട് യു കനോട്ട് സേ യു ആർ ഹാവിംഗ് എ ഡിസ്പ്യൂട്ട് വിത്ത് എ സ്റ്റാറ്റ്യൂട്ടറി അതോറിറ്റി. only if it is a bigger issue ana mattum you can say. similarly inge anga clause irukku. which was the clause statutory dues clause 7 n 7 correct 12 12 bro 20 days in exam karo I'll make you revise tomorrow karo 20 at 12 12th okay, what is the 12th clause chumma I'll just ask 12th enne Nidhi company. Okay. 19 ആണ്. I think it is, yes. I don't know exactly. Like, എനിക്കൊരു mnemonic ഇருக்கு എന്നോട് മൈൻഡിലെ. When the moment the question comes, when I read, I'll understand. This statutory dues ഓടെ question. അപ്പോൾ I'll mnemonic 2, 3, 4. അപ്പോൾ statutory dues 7. അപ്പോൾ 7. That is how I used to remember. I don't like to remember so many things. എനിക്ക് പിടിക്കാത്ത വിഷയം അത്. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ നമ്പറെല്ലാം വെച്ചിട്ട് മൈൻഡിൽ ഇരിക്കാത്തത് പോയിടും പെട്ടെന്ന്. That is why I use this mnemonic. Mnemonic is there. ടക്ക് ടക്കെന്നെല്ലാം വരും. Caro. So how will you understand that this is a sentence? Such a discussion, these kinds of discussion differs from consultation with an auditor's expert regarding a specific set of circumstances encountered on the engagement, where the expert is given all the relevant facts that will enable the expert to provide informed advice. So simply means, actually during audit, if you want to consult someone, that's the consultation, and from them you will be getting advices and you will be using it as audit evidence. Evidence alla, if you actually you are taking his service, then audit evidence are using, illanalu advice you are using. That is consultation. But to learn about something you are asking someone is discussion. Idu rendume rendu. In the discussion you cannot use angerna kadacha info, like say that this person said like this, and you cannot put it like an audit evidence madiri edukka mudiyadhu. Okay, so discussion and consultation are different. MCQ le keep it. Then discussion with auditors who have performed the similar engagement. They'll not, I don't think they'll ask this as a direct question. Like simple chinna cases. The madri 620 irundhu this kinds of crappy things they may put. Then considerations when deciding whether to use an auditor's expert. I am an auditor. Should I use an auditor's expert? In a situation like pick an auditor expert. First, consideration when deciding whether to use auditor expert. This can be a descriptive question. I believe that this may come because two chartered accountants are there, and one chartered accountant is an engagement partner, another not chartered accountant, another assistant is there. CA is saying we need an auditor's expert, assistant is saying not needed, or assistant other partner are saying not needed. So what are the considerations that form in this regard for auditor to decide whether to take the service of an auditor's expert? This is a question usually. They are asking this. So whether management has used a management expert. Management expert use pannittiya in preparing financial statements. First question. Second, if management has used it, then I will also use similarly. Because why management is using? Because management is not understanding that field. Adhanale management is using. So it's a proof that there is some tough field is there. So I also may use auditor's expert. May, not 100%. These are considerations to decide whether auditor's expert is needed or not. I will consider these things. Then comes nature and the significance of the matter, including its complexity. Nature and significance of the matter. Then risk of material misstatement in the matter. If risk is high, I will use an auditor's expert. Inventory, I don't know, per fertilizer company, inventory, I cannot go and watch the inventory also. So, but I need, inventory is a material item. So there I may use some expert for some other valuation, wherever route, whatever it is. Then expected nature of the procedure to respond to the identified risk. When management has a management expert, when management has their expert, auditor decision on whether to use an auditor expert may be influenced by these factors. Another descriptive question. Management, because 620 is a core descriptive focus. Concept on the chumma memorize, go right. That kind of a thing. Just understanding you will know. CA final read panna theri. But that is where CA final order problem irukku. Self study you will understand everything. But we are taking a coaching or something, that is where a question is coming, how to frame the answer, how the interlinking happens. 620 or a clause, where other provision or linking is happening. That is the only add-on mostly will get from coaching. If your articleship was good, and if you have decent English to read and understand stuff, you can do it to your own. But these are only the add-ons which you may get. Then when management has used a management expert, if management is using a management expert, should I also use an auditor's expert? Other decide pandradhukku you have to consider these 4-5 items, n items. Nature, scope and objectivity of expert oda work. Management expert oda work oda nature, scope and objectivity of management expert work. Why the management expert was hired? What work he did? Adu enna work pannittu adoda objectives. If adukku auditor's expert venana, I can hire. Then whether management expert is employed by the entity or is partly or is a party engaged by it to provide relevant services. Then extent to which management can exercise control. Idella reading easy. The nature and timing of extent of audit procedure, that is when auditor decide to use an expert. Another situation. The 3-4 situations are there. See, what are the considerations when deciding whether auditor will audit? What are the considerations when deciding whether to use an auditor's expert? Is the answer. What are the things he will consider when management expert hired an expert? Adhe paathattu enna pandradhukku what are the things I will consider? Adu same thing again kile in determining what audit procedure I should use, I consider this. Dellam almost looks the same question. Paakumbodhu ellam same but different. See, in determining the audit procedures, in determining those procedures, nature, timing and extent of audit procedures, auditor shall consider these matters. When audit procedure edukumbodhu, I need to consider nature of the matter which expert work relates. Inventory checking inventory checking, asset land and building all valuation value or whatever it is that. Then risk of material misstatement, same thing, same thing, cut copy paste, 2 points something is different is there, everything is the same. So whatever is the same common 3 point adu mattum padichirunga done. 2 full ellame padikkirathu. Then following factors may suggest the need for a different or a more extensive procedure than what otherwise. In the case le normal procedure, idukku mele extensive procedure edukara, what are the situations? These are the situations. That is follow here. Just see audit procedure le what is the nature of matter. You will see the risk of material misstatement, significance of expert work, auditor knowledge and experience in previous work performed by him. Here following factor may suggest the need for different or more extensive procedure than would otherwise be the case. Enna factors? If work of auditor or expert relates to a significant matter that involves subjective and complex judgment, land and building order valuation, it's a significant matter anyways, peri asset 10 crore value, judgment it is happening. How a registered valuer values a land, market value value panna mudiyum, oru pakkathile land enna price ku sell aayite, that this is just a significant and complex estimate also. It's not a very simple estimate. Estimate. Then you can say in those cases we have to do some deeper audit procedures because it's a complex thing. Auditor has not previously used the work of auditor or expert. Previously work on the use pannale and has no prior knowledge about him. So I have to do some extra audit procedure to check his competence, capability. Work I need to check first. Then auditor or expert is performing procedures that are integral to audit, very highly needed in audit. So I need to do more audit procedure. Expert is an auditor, external expert and not an internal expert. Sometimes these experts may be peer CA firms. Inside them also, whatever experts they are needed, they will employ them there. Like you would have seen, CA firm, company secretaries or some advocates also may be there. They may be working there as employees. Other purpose and interpretation of laws, some notice drafting, because they have much more writing skills than us, drafting skills than us. Namukku drafting skills onnum kedayadu. So they are also an expert. Interpretation of statutes, an advocate or a company secretary is an expert compared to us. So if those people are inside the CA firm, they are called internal expert. External expert. So internal expert they are subject to SQC1. SQC1 firm's quality control policy, they are subject. External expert so expert is an auditor or external expert and is not subject to the firm's quality control policy. In the situation, if the expert coming is internal expert, it's not a very big problem. External expert, you have to do some extra audit procedures. So simple. Then competency, capability checking, other matters, evaluation of significance, the COCA. Now this is important. Another question. This can also be a question, but very simple. How to evaluate the objectivity of that expert? Objectivity, 3-4 questions are there in entire CA final. Evaluating the integrity of a client. SA 220 SQC1 latest there. Evaluating how to will you check the integrity of a client. Evaluating the objectivity of expert. Sometimes these kinds of things may be there. That's separate book because sometimes connect. Sometimes when they are asking evaluating the objectivity of auditor's expert, you may write evaluating the integrity of a client or answer. Miss because exam time when that pressure is there. In my final exam which I qualified, I lost 8 marks in auditing. 8-9 marks in auditing. Chumma poite 2 questions maripete. One 800 series and something related to SAESR or something. ഇത് രണ്ടോടെ ആൻസർ എനിക്ക് തെരിഞ്ഞത്. I studied it that well. Only thing is, I read this 800 series of question first I read. Adhoda keela than this another question was there, 2 questions below something. Then I don't know what happened. The 800 answer I put it on SAE SR sort of question. Adhoda answer I put it on this one. Because of that exam pressure la namukku oru the maari ella mind cut ആയി പോയിடு sometimes, because auditing last time I studied auditing that way. Ellame പഠിച്ചിട്ട് പോയിട്ട് some engeyokku poite, but after exam itself I understood appada in the question I wrote that takkunna mind la vanne, but there was no time to correct it or not gone. So audit la don't make these kinds of foolish mistakes and lose marks. That is why I'm saying in the mari confusing items ഒക്കെ irundha adu konjam onu separate ആക്കി mind la set ആക്കി വെച്ചിട്ട്, because auditing it should be ultimately to know whether you are revising auditing properly. It should be like ഒരു question edutha your mind should be like a library. This is the chapter, in the chapter, in the topic, and the topic is done. If it is coming like that, you have the proper structure. But if it is not coming like that, if evaluating the integrity, the chumma I am asking, your mind is not going in the end of the chapter. Chumma or mnemonic is stuck in the coming. Basically, you have just memorized it. But in the chapter, in the topic, in the wherever structure is there, so that you'll never forget it. That is why I always say the question sheet approach madri. In the chapter, in the question, other side questions mattum side la mnemonic whatever you are using. So when you are revising, set mind like a proper process varu. I know there is no time for you to do it, and hopefully in the attempt I finish I do. Done. Pass out. Because I know the pain being in the stuck. Eh? Idu pass agarada. Idoda poranada. But adile oru idu irukku, just see. Namukku enna loss irukku. What is the loss? We are just, okay, opportunity cost is there when we fail opportunity, but still hard work is the only thing. What normally kaiyil irundhu ipo enna kayina what are you losing? Hard work. Adu namma kayil irukra item. Just when I used to fail in CA internal like fail பண்ணும்போது ரொம்ப pain was there. So when I thought like this, just imagine ipo Olympics le someone is going 4 years they are training just for that 100-meter race. Anga போட்டு start angana slip ஆயி போட்டா gone. Then திரும்பி இது கிடைக்கிறதுக்கு 4 years it is needed. நமக்கு 3 months at least it is getting. You would have heard about, that was one story, Oscar Figueroa. I don't know how many of you know him. Oscar Figueroa, therima. He is a Colombian weightlifter. His dream was to become a gold medalist in Olympics, in weightlifting. So 1990, like on the time he started 2000 ku munnadi, first no medal. 4 years after, because the problem, weightlifting is one sport which you can only do for 8 years or something. Heavily joints ellam pora sport. Sprinting madri kadayada, you cannot do it for 20 years onnu mudiyadu. Weightlifting everyone can only do it for 10 years maximum, else your body joints ellame podu. Weightlifting idu. So he 1919 something la start panna, 1990s la, then kadakale, second Olympics kadakale, third Olympics la disqualified or something, fourth Olympics la thirumbi vandu. Adu Colombia la the fighting is very hard. Colombia is not a very big country which support Olympics and all. He fought and he's coming. Then fourth Olympics or something, he got silver medal. But normally silver avade kadakkumbo nirthidum. Appo his age was around like 40. Fifth Olympics, fifth or fourth, whatever, he came back and he took the gold and went. Appo this was like, his cry is there. The moment you reach that, when we when we fail and when we get that result to see a pass about that day, what I feel is exceptionally good. Exceptionally good, because like I don't know how many of you have seen my in the YouTube video, like my when on the result reaction, my result date, result was announced. Another name CA Sudarsan is another. That day morning this one, like we know the result is coming tomorrow morning and tonight thungavu mudiyadu. The problem, if you have written very bad, okay, we don't have any problem. If you have written too good, okay, or half expected, the middle le pogumbodhu the romba problem. Like, okay, audit ku pass ana group pass. That is a situation. Audit or any other on the subject kerna group pass. That is the toughest situation to be in. I already have insomnia. I cannot sleep. I have the problem. Result day le next day result, appo adukku munnadi result was full bad vibe for me. So in the result like night I was thinking, oh, in the what team പോയിടും മിക്കവാറും, because other papers എല്ലാം கொஞ்சம் ഇഷ്യൂ വരുന്നത്, and ഇതുമാതിരി മാർക്സ് ഒക്കെ മിസ്സാകാനെല്ലാം മാർക്സ് പോയിട്ട് അങ്ങനെയൊക്കെ. So പോയിടും. So but I thought ഓഫീസിൽ ഇരുന്ന് ചെക്ക് பண்ணலாம் everyone, because our office we had to go, கொஞ்சம் strict in terms of we have to go there, like work அவ்வளோ இருக்கு. അപ്പോൾ I was in branding and marketing. So நம்ம ടീമിൽ we have a cabin and computer is there, and that is the fastest computer server or like high speed internet. So result varum baaki all students are there, like we around like 10 people were there who written CA final, 10-12 or something. So that daily result morning le 9 o'clock ഒക്കെ എത്തിയിട്ട്, because the problem is if you are at metro le result vanda what will you do, internet കിടക്കാതെ ഒന്നുമേ കിടക്കാതെ, and telegram le some stupid guys are there, our result aa gaya out. I used to go to their DM, and നമ്മൾ അതുമാതിരി കേരള ഞാൻ മലയാളം പഠിപ്പിച്ചിരും, അതുമാതിരി നമുക്ക് DM പോയിട്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ബിക്കോസ് നമ്മൾ ഇതുപോലെ ടെൻഷൻ അടിച്ചിട്ട് ചുമ്മാ പോടും, റിസൾട്ട് ഒന്നും വരാതെ, ആ റിസൾട്ട് ഈസ് ഔട്ട്, കൊഞ്ചം ലിങ്ക് എല്ലാം കൂടെ ലിങ്ക് ഓപ്പൺ பண்ணும்போது இந்த மாதிரி ഒരു സ്മൈലി. ഒരു തന്നെ ലൈക്ക് സ്റ്റിൽ റിമെമ്പർ ദാറ്റ് ഗൈ. അതുക്കப்புறம் 8:30 9 something the result, like 9:30 or something the result. It was in the attempt in May 24. May 24. May 24 I think around 10 o'clock or something. There is 10. But metro le area anga poite. There is no other option, like but suddenly munnadi poite. Office le no one has come. Normally I come at around 10:30 on the office only. But that day I munnadi anga chandu. I'm sitting like this. Eyes ellam like gone. Last day le thoongale. For pressure panicking situation. I know in my metro I was thinking, anyways I'll fail. അപ്പോൾ എല്ലാവരുടെയും മുന്നാടി പാസ്. അപ്പോൾ May 24 വാസ് ഒരു ഡീസെന്റ് അറ്റംപ്റ്റ് ഓൾസോ, కొంచెം ഈസി അറ്റംപ്റ്റ് ആണ് അത്, നോട്ട് വെരി സൂപ്പർ ഹാർഡ് ഫോർ ഫസ്റ്റ് ഗ്രൂപ്പ്. கொஞ்சம் ഓഡിറ്റ് വാസ് ഓൺലി എ ബിറ്റ് ഹാർഡ്, ബാക്കി എല്ലാമേ വാസ് ഈസി. ബട്ട് സ്റ്റിൽ എനിക്ക് എന്താ മിസ്റ്റേക്സ് എല്ലാമേ ഇருக்கு. ബട്ട് ആൻഡ് ഓൾ മൈ അതർ പിയേഴ്സ് ദേ ടോൾഡ് മീ ദേ വിൽ പാസ് പേപ്പർ. അത് മാതിരി തന്നെ ദേ ടോൾഡ് മീ ലൈക്ക് ഇൻഡയറക്ട്ലി വി ക്യാൻ നോ, ഇനിയിപ്പോൾ നെക്സ്റ്റ് തന്നെ പ്രാക്ടീസ് ഇതുമാതിരി എല്ലാം ദേ ആർ സെയിങ്. அப்போ COP அப்ளை பண்ணா கிடக்கிறதுக்கு டைம் ஆயிடும் இது மாதிரிയൊക്കെ. അപ്പോൾ and some people were already trying for interview in the office le irundhu, they are watching this classes interview classes ella. Then result or 10:30 or something, since I was the branding marketing team and office le my videographers were there, so they always enna paathalum video eduthu vechittu, they are having video ellam eduthu vechittu they are. Appo I was not seeing initially video irukkunnu. Appo because initially namukku tension, my thing is fail aga pore, fail ആകുമ്പോൾ വീഡിയോ വരുന്നത് അത് പ്രോബ്ലം ആയിടും, അതായത് ഫ്യൂച്ചർ അത് ഇഫ് ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് ഇൻ മൈ ഫോൺ ഓക്കെ, ഇത് അവങ്ങളുടെ ഫോണിൽ they are taking. അപ്പോൾ ഫസ്റ്റ് വെൻ ഹി ടുക്ക് വീഡിയോസ് ഇത് പാസ് ആയിട്ട് തന്നെ നമുക്ക് ആക്ട് പண்றா, തിരുമ്പി എടുക്കലാവുന്നു, അത് പ്രോബ്ലം கிடையாது, ഐ ക്യാൻ ആക്ട്, വിൽ ടേക്ക് വൺസ് മോർ. അതപ്പോൾ ഹി ടോൾഡ് അല്ല ലൈക്ക് വൺ മാം ഇസ് ദർ, ലൈക്ക് അവർ സീനിയർ നമ്മൾ ടീം ലീഡ് എന്നാണ് എന്നോട് മേലെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന മാം ഇസ് ദർ. സോ മാം ടോൾഡ് എന്നാണെങ്കിലും വീഡിയോ വേണം, പാസ് ആനാലും നെക്സ്റ്റ് അറ്റംപ്റ്റിൽ, ഫെയിൽ ആനാലും നെക്സ്റ്റ് അറ്റംപ്റ്റിൽ വി ക്യാൻ. ഞാൻ പറയാം സൊല്ല മിണ്ടാ ലൈക്ക് ദാറ്റ്, ഐ സംഭവ ലെറ്റ് മീ പാസ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇതെല്ലാമേ പോയിട്ട് ക്ലിക്ക് പണി ഒരു இந்த ഐറ്റം ഇല്ല, നമ്മൾ റോൾ നമ്പർ SRO എല്ലാമേ പൊട്ട് ഇത് എൻ്റർ പോട്ട് കഴിയുമ്പോൾ ഒരു ഓക്കെ വരും, ഒരു ഐറ്റം ഒരു ഓക്കെ. ഐ ഹേറ്റ് ദാറ്റ് ഡാം തിങ്. ഇത് അപ്പോൾ ഇത് ഡ്യൂറിങ് ദിസ് പ്രോസസ് ഓഫ് പുട്ടിങ് ദിസ് പ്രോസസ് അങ്ക എല്ലാം ക്ലാപ്സ് അങ്ക. അപ്പോൾ one of my teammate was there, graphic designer in our team. He went out and തിരുമ്പി വരുമ്പോൾ അങ്ങ് അമൽ പാസ്സായിട്ടെ, അങ്ങ് അർജുൻ പാസ്സായിട്ടെ. വൈ ഷുഡ് യു ടെൽ മീ? ഐ വാസ് ലൈക്ക് എന്തുവരെ പോയിട്ടെ ആൻഡ് കറക്റ്റ് ടക്ക് ക്ലിക്ക് ആകരുതും. I saw that. അപ്പോൾ അത് അറ്റംപ്റ്റിൽ താൻ ചേഞ്ച് പറ്റും, സക്സസ്ഫുൾ അൺസക്സസ്ഫുൾ. അൺസക്സസ്ഫുൾ സക്സസ്ഫുൾ എന്ന് പാത്തതും 1 second ഒന്ന് സ്റ്റോപ്പ് ആയിട്ട് തിരുമ്പി പാത്തപ്പോൾ പാട്ടെ മാർക്ക് പാത്തപ്പോൾ ഹട്ടാൻ കഥം. അപ്പോൾ ഇറ്റ് വാസ് ലൈക്ക് ഓവർ ഇത് മുടിഞ്ഞിട്ടേ, ഇനി പഠിക്ക വേണ്ട ലൈഫിൽ, ഇനി പഠിക്ക വേണ്ട, ഇനി തൂങ്ങല, മണി നത്തിങ് വാസ് മൈ ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ്. മൈ ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ് വാസ് ഇനി പഠിക്ക വേണ്ട, മുടിയല്ലേ ഇപ്പൊ പഠിച്ചിട്ടിരിക്കും, അതോടെ 3 ഇരട്ടി പഠിച്ചിട്ടിരിക്കും ഇപ്പോൾ. അപ്പോൾ പോട്ടെ. ബട്ട് സ്റ്റിൽ அந்த டேல தென் இம்மீடியட்லி இட் வாஸ் லைக் அது வந்து லைஃப்ல பிலீவ் பண்ணாத ஒரு மொமெண்ட். அதுக்கு முன்னாடி எல்லாம் பாஸ் நமக்கு தெரியும் பாஸ் ஆகிடும் ஒரு ஆவரேஜா வி ஹாவ் எ கிரேட் ஹோப். பட் இதில் அட்டெம்ப்டில் எனக்கு ஒரு பேப்பர் வாஸ் லிட்டரலி கான் என்னோட. ஸோ தென் இம்மீடியட்லி ஐ வென்ட் டவுன். தென் நமக்கு டிஎஸ் எல்லாம் வர்றதுக்கு ஒரு 1 minute ஆகிடும். எனக்கு 1 minute ஆகிட்டு 1 minute அப்புறம் தான் தொலைஞ்சிட்டு லைக் ஐ ஜஸ்ட் வாண்ட் டு சம் ஐ வாஸ் இன்டு திஸ் பாக்ஸிங் இல்லை. അപ്പോൾ ഇടിച്ച് ലൈക്ക് എവിടെയാவது പൊളിച്ചിടുற அது மாதிரி ஆகிட்டு. Then அதுக்கப்புறம் I told my principal immediately, and that day I had a very important work because I do brand consulting and brand strategy. Like ഒരു ബ്രാൻഡ് എടുത്തിട്ട് പഠിച്ചിട്ട് അതേപ്പറ്റി we'll make videos, we'll consult them, lot of this is what I used to do. അപ്പോൾ that day literally very big event on the daily evening. Enna event job I'm going, I cleared CA. I don't want to work. Immediately I went and told my principal, sir, I don't know what to do. I'm going to meet my mom. I am not going to call them, and they never knew in the result date. Immediately, Amma 10 kilometers something, she was working. Immediately, office order scooter, executive, the scooter. I went to Amma, and she was in the college. She was sitting there. The near satisfaction. That's worth item. And then Tirimbi Veetla vannappo like ivanga ella Insta ellam pottite, like office le they had this video clip ellam vechu editing ellam panni pottite. Kare njan eduthu YouTube le potte. Kochu money avadu varttu. Yeah. So that, and only definitely when you have check the result or something, oru video eduttirunga, hopefully per parents kuda irundha, it's a good thing, because adappo if it like goes anyways, still it's always a memory, anyways we'll clear. Clear items. And now 3 attempts are also there. So what is the point in that? And last time, imagine you have only studied last time a baby elephant story. I said this first day I said it, right? Now you have this much knowledge. Obviously next attempt pass. And the belief is 5 marks extra. So, and belief, confidence, fear of failure 100% will come. That's normal humans. But mask it. Mask pandrathu competitors இது மாதிரி இல்லை, இவனுக்கு யாரடா முடியாது, எனக்கு முடியும், இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு செல்ஃபிஷ் ஆட்டிடியூட் உள்ள வந்தால் கொஞ்சம் பெட்டர். லைக் வி ஹேவ் டு பி தட் கான்ஃபிடென்ட். திஸ் கான்ஃபிடென்ஸ் மேட்டர்ஸ் இன் த நெக்ஸ்ட் 20 days. சும்மா செல்ஃப் டவுட் இதில் ஒன்றும் போயிட்டு இருக்கட்டும். ஐ வாஸ் குட் அட் தட். அது எனக்கு தெரிஞ்ச ஒரு விஷயம். ஐ வாஸ் நெவர் டென்ஸ்ட் ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்ஸுக்கு ஒன்றும் ப்ராப்ளம் ஒன்றும் கிடையாது. பட் ஒன் அட்டெம்ப்ட்டுக்கு லைக் ஐ told the COVID one attempt, that was blown away. Anyway, so let's focus on evaluating the objectivity of independent auditor. When evaluating the objectivity of an auditor or expert, he has to check, inquire of the entity about any known interest or relationship relating to that expert. Auditor is hiring an external expert to audit, to help him auditing process. So I need to ask the entity. I'll ask him, bro, in any way are you related to the entity? I'll also ask the entity also, in any way are you related to him, or does he have any financial interest in your company or something like that. Then discuss with that expert any applicable safeguards. Interest in what are the safeguards which you can put. Then like financial interest, business and personal relationship, all these things, simple. But this is a question that can be asked. So 4 questions or something we showed from 620 that can be asked as a descriptive, because many materials I have seen, lot of these things are not included. Short up. But if they are asking this for a 4 mark or something, point just this heading 2 marks or 3. So full have to write. Agreement with the auditor's expert, that is when you are using the work of, you are hiring an expert to use in your audit, you have to sign an agreement with the expert. And the agreement, auditor shall agree in writing on the following matters. You should agree. What are the matters? Nature, scope and objectivity. What work is that? Respective role and responsibility of another role, another role, what it is. Nature, timing and expected communication. At what he is coming to do this. On what date he will complete the work and tell it to me. If there is any extra review which he will do. On what date he will do anything. The need for expert order. The need for auditor's expert to observe confidentiality. Whatever info he is getting from this client layer in the category info, don't spill it outside. Then evaluating the adequacy of auditor's expert work. Auditor's expert work, is it adequate for my audit procedure? How my audit process, how will I check it? Auditor shall evaluate the adequacy of auditor's expert work for audit purposes. How? First point in this can also be descriptive question, but this question I don't think it will come. Sub question, this they may ask. You have to write all these procedures. Then this they may ask, but this last 4 procedures. Then this they may ask this much. The period standard, this much is there. It's a very big standard, not a small standard, but very easy to learn. Chumma same thing, memorize. And when you see page number, don't get afraid of the standard and leave. This has a high potential to come this attempt, because last attempt 200 series and last attempt 540, 220, 240, 265, 250. 540. What was in one more standard? 710 asked last attempt. 720 was asked.
8.
810 ask பண்ணேன் 810. So obviously this attempt 200 series ku konjam less importance le poid. I think 240 they may ask one from or SQC SA 220 or then 500 le 540 540 le 560 570 and this I think 600 series le obviously because this is a very big standard. Lot of things are there to ask but very easy to learn this. Then to see that, but chumma read pannunga, chumma nothing is there. The relevance and reasonableness of expert order findings or conclusions and their consistency with other audit evidence. What is the relevance and reasonableness of expert order findings and conclusions? He is finding something and the inventory order value or land order value is this much. What is this? Other relevance and reasonableness, and I have to check simple specific procedure to evaluate the adequacy of audit or expert work. Whatever work he did, other another procedure, is it adequate or not? How, what is the procedure to check? Inquire to him, simple. Ask him, then review the auditor expert working paper and report. Chumma simple. Corroborative procedures such as observing the auditor expert work. Observe pandra. Chumma reading points, but it is easy. Learn and you don't read panna kadakku. Then if expert work involves significant assumptions, if expert work involves significant assumptions and methods, the relevance and reasonableness of those assumptions and methods in the circumstances. If his work involves assumptions, you have to check what is the relevance of those assumptions. He is a registered valuer. He is telling that plant and machinery or land and building has 10 crore rupees. Enna assumption le avanga sonnadu. Ask him, bro, on what basis you said? He will say, bro, the nearby 10 buildings in the last month was sold for this price. So that is a base price. And I also encode other near pakkathile vera edavadu registered value rule he may say. So we will get the answer. So if that is his expertise based on some assumption, he is giving the result. We have to check the assumption or reasonableness. Assumption actually reasonable illa. Done. When auditor's expert work involves use of assumptions, these are the three things you have to check. This is important because it is related to 540. 540 relation. Make sure you study in the 540 to key level portion because interlinking standard. 540 to 620. Very simple. 540 discusses the assumptions because in the assumption 540. Something is related to 540 is there. So 540 discusses the assumptions and methods used by the management in making up accounting estimates. 540 management estimates. See, when an auditor or expert works involves the use of these significant assumptions auditor is using, in the significant normal. When auditor or expert work involves the use of auditor or experts work involve the use of significant assumptions and methods. Factors relevant to audit or evaluation of those assumptions and methods include, that is, how to check audit or in the assumption. Question will be, management uses their assumption through 540. Management not assumption which they make the estimates through 540. As the question like 540 ne koduthiru. Immediately you will think the 540 question. Question they will give us like management has made assumptions. So auditor is thinking as per SA 540 the assumptions are correct. So this then, but the question will be, so here auditor also hired an audit some registered valuer to check the assumptions. So how will you check? How will you make sure that those assumptions are reasonable? What are the factors you will check? But question when you see 540, your mind 540 standard question link. But they are asking 620. Registered valuer is an expert. That I told you. So factors relevant to audit or evaluation of those assumptions and methods include whether they are generally accepted within the auditor's expert field. Then consistent with the requirements of the financial reporting framework, whatever work and assumptions he is doing. Then dependent on the use of specialized models. Specialized model means normal formula, whatever he is using. Then if expert order work involves use of source data, origin of data check panna, simple. This is I used auditor's expert. He worked for me and he gave me his report, but that report is inadequate for my process. And the situation, what should I do? If auditor determines that work of expert is not adequate for the audit purposes, work it's no use. Agree with that expert on further work to be performed. Tell him, bro, work is okay, but 70% is only useful for me. You need to add on some extra procedures so that I can be 100% useful. Tell it. Finish it. That is agree. Avangada work useful allana, tell him what are the further work to be performed by him. Then, or perform further audit procedure appropriate to the circumstances. Avanga kodutha work vechittu we are getting 70% evidences. Okay, perform that extra work by ourselves and finish it off. Or ask him to perform. Bro, ivlo mudiyadu konjam kuda venam, do all these things, right? Or reperform it, whatever it is. Then inga oru modified opinion is also there. This is also important. If auditor concludes that work of auditor or expert is not adequate, I am concluding not expert work is not adequate for audit purposes and cannot resolve the matter through additional procedure also. I performed this also. Mudiyale. He performed and gave it. For example, ഏതോ ഒരു പെരിയ ഒരു ഇൻവെന്ററിയോ നമുക്ക് തെരിയാത്തൊരു ഇൻവെന്ററി കെമിക്കൽ ഫെർട്ടിലൈസർ സം ഗ്യാസോ സംതിങ് ഹി പെർഫോംഡ് വർക്ക് ബട്ട് ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് നോട്ട് ആഡിക്വേറ്റ് ഐ ഡോണ്ട് ഹാവ് എ സാറ്റിസ്ഫാക്ഷൻ ഇൻ ദാറ്റ് സിറ്റുവേഷൻ ഫർദർ ഓഡിറ്റ് പ്രൊസീജിയർ ഓൾസോ ഐ ഡിഡ് നോ ഐ ആം നെവർ ഗെറ്റിംഗ് എനിത്തിങ് which may provide further work being performed by the expert allame pannite including employing or engaging other expert, it may be necessary to express a modified opinion because unable to get sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Modified opinion in the auditor's report in accordance with 705 because the auditor has not obtained sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Then reference to auditor's report in other reference. The reference. A reference or pointer when you are learning last 1.5 I'll say certain things which you may do wrong so that 2 marks point. In the reference in the term many essays it is there where he will refer. Take a paper. എങ്കെങ്ക റെഫറൻസ് എടുക്കോ അതൊരു പേപ്പറിൽ കൊടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട് ആസ് പെർ ഇൻ എസ് ദിസ് ഇസ് എ റെഫറൻസ് ദിസ് എസ് ദിസ് ഇസ് എ റെഫറൻസ് ഇറ്റ് ഇപ്പോൾ ലാസ്റ്റ് എസ് ടുഡേ വി ലേൺ 3 റെഫറൻസ് ഓൾമോസ്റ്റ് ദിസ് ഇസ് തേർഡ് 540 വി ലേൺ അബൌട്ട് റെഫറൻസ് 402 വി ലേൺ അബൌട്ട് റെഫറൻസ് ഇത് തേർഡ് റെഫറൻസ് കണക്ട് ആകില്ലേ റെഫറൻസ് കണക്ട് ആകല്ലേ ഐ വിൽ ഷോ വെയിറ്റ് ഡോണ്ട് വറി നമുക്ക് ടൈം ഇருக்கு ഡോണ്ട് വറി പ്രോബ്ലം ഇല്ല 5 minutes കൂടെ ഇരുന്ന് വിൽ ഫിനിഷ് ഇറ്റ് എൻ്റെ വോയിസേ പോയിടും ഇങ്ങനായിട്ട് ഐ എം ബ്ലഡി ഷുവർ എന്ന് പോയിട്ട് ഇത് റെഫറൻസ് അല്ലേ 402 ജസ്റ്റ് 402 സി റെഫറൻസ് സി റെഫറൻസ് ടു സർവീസ് ഓർഗനൈസേഷനോട് റിപ്പോർട്ട് എന്ന സിറ്റുവേഷനിൽ കൊടുക്കണം അൺമോഡിഫൈഡ് വന്നാൽ വേണ്ട ഇതിലെ മട്ടും വേണം ബട്ട് ഇതിലെ സം കണ്ടീഷൻസ് മറ്റേ എന്താ modification. This is the clause. 540 also something related to this we learned. Then now we are learning this in-game reference. So this is 3 standard 3 reference we put it. Some other standards many areas this reference term is used. 700 also I think 710 I think it is there. Other than that tomorrow we'll learn. Then I don't know tomorrow and voice avlo varu ennallathu I don't know but see anyways I'll come. Ipo exam if was 1 month after 1 or 2 months after I would have said day after tomorrow I'll come and take, but for you like one day matters mudiyanalle ippo one day le poya yeah a reference mind cut aite reference ellam take it in a piece of a separate paper le write and keep it so that confusion varadu adu don't put it for 1.5 do it now 1.5 idhukku time onnum kediyadu or at least phone la photo eduthu vecha podu if you cannot write phone la photo eduthu vecha reference or album create panni vechiko done I still have photos of AFM what I studied all the tough questions ellam ende phone la ippudu irukku memory aayittu vechirukken so reference to auditor's report in the reference to auditor's expert in the audit report a reference auditor shall not refer to the work of auditor or expert in audit report containing unmodified opinion. Same as that. If unmodified opinion, no reference in auditor's expert work is needed unless required by law or regulation. Then, if auditor makes a reference to the work of auditor's expert in the audit report because such a reference is relevant to understanding the modification, that means modified opinion. Having some company has some entity audit opinion is modified. And the situation you can put reference to auditor's expert work only if that reference is needed to understand that modification. Simply means on the modifition one indirect or direct reason is this auditor's expert or work related to something. Same content as of 402 what we learned. But 540 la konjam difference is there. So where do you give this reference? The audit report la enga kodukku reference. Correct. Basis of opinion la because opinion koduthu modified adoda reason basis la dhaan varum. Done. Then either chinna item like while doing auditor RAM, the auditor can obtain following types of reports or options for an expert. Like NN experts we can use. What are the different types of experts? NN reports. Estimation of oil, gas we can use. Actuarial calculation of liabilities we can use. Valuation of financial instruments, land and buildings. And 3-4 things. So 620 is also done. There are questions on the not very bigger stuff. Yeah. So in the 5 o'clock, 4:48 done. So 3 heavy standards we did. Like 540 was too tiring. 402 will be a problem. Then this one. Yeah. Go home, study. Then tomorrow, what is the standards left? 710, 700 series basically. Then 800 is there. 800 series. Car also will do. Try to. Okay, so guys attending live, see you guys tomorrow. I'll see, because morning and the problem is the throat issue. Because morning when I wake up with the full clutter, then I used to gargle. 11 o'clock okay, set. Or when I'll do one thing. If live class like I can do one thing, tomorrow by evening I can record all these things and upload it tomorrow night. If that is okay, that is like 710, 800, 805, 3 standards are 700, 805, 810, 710, Caro, 800, 805. 4 standards. Anything else you want, like 720, I think. What is the toughest standard you have? What is the toughest standard you wanted? I can make, no problem. That is also we can do. Caro also. Live class. Afternoon better. Caro is just memorization part. If Caro is only your problem, I finish 5 minutes 5 or 10 minutes. Caro, your thing is memorization is what I'm saying. We are not going into concept or anything. We'll just memorize. Okay. But then tomorrow I'll give a recording for this. Tomorrow night I'll upload the 700, 800, the whatever like pending 710, 800, 805. Important, like whatever you want, you tell me, whatever is tough, because you are writing exam. Tough no problem. Or do one thing. 710 is tough anyways for you. 710, 800, 805. These 3 definitely tomorrow night I'll upload a video. 100%. Then whatever standards we have not touched. 530. A simple standard we missed. 540. 450. Chinna 2-3 standards. 250, 260. Less important. That also I'll take a video under 3 days. 2-3 days. The voice set I'll upload. That also you can see it. Car like we'll do it now itself. Okay. Caro. Oh, where is Caro? Let me see. Caro interlayer. Caro is your problem, right? I hope you would have studied Caro once. Or a class I took energy, I don't know. Although tomorrow live you wanted, I don't know. Like I can do it anyways. Finish it now. But tomorrow recording both. Okay. Caro chart. Caro is like memorization is what we are focusing on. Caro is called like simple C. This is a mnemonic. This is a mnemonic to remember all the clauses. Clause number. I'll send you this chart. No problem. Telegram full. And like when I was teaching other students, I used to take a color print of this. What a print done. Caro is done. I'll say how it works. So Nila Didi. Nila Didi must disclose. Disclose loan and IPO to report the fraud of Nidhin Trilok. A CA student 2222. Please take break to your SEA. That is why I asked, like today let's finish it and tomorrow I'll take a break and afternoon I'll record and upload. Because morning full in the lungs full in the area. So Nila Didi must disclose loan and IPO to report the fraud of Nitin Trilok. Appo Nila Didi oru ponnu must disclose, must oda spelling namme inge here we are using this, must disclose the loan and IPO edukkaga to report the fraud of Nitin Trilok. I'll make you like repeat with me, then only you will get this thing. Idile ipo Nila nu sollumbodhu N means non current asset, first clause non current asset theriyum. I means inventory theriyum. Ipo non current assets edutha non current assets il enna point, first proper records, PP intangible assets ku proper records irukka, physical verification has been done at a reasonable intervals, MD means material discrepancy noticed irukka illa sin, then title deeds is in the name of the company or not, revaluation done by a registered valuer, if there is a percentage change of more than 10% for problem item, then binami property are the problem. So when you have this chart in your mind, the exam question varumbod the entire car otta page il irukku. Appo anything is see ipo statutory dues oda question vanna appo ningala idu NI LA DI anna mari varumbod 7 nu kadachite appo your mind le direct statutory dues oda side mattum poidum. The subclause learning is the hardest part. Clause at least eppadi learn pannalam. Subclause see statutory dues il just see if you have studied once idu paatha ungalku theriyum. Undisputed statutory dues aranda, if it is undisputed statutory dues, see whether the company is regular in depositing undisputed statutory dues. Undisputed GST il onnu problem kadada GST illa time ile pay pandri illa, that is 6 month plus arrear irunda you have to report. Then disputed statutory dues are what is a rupee amount and what is a forum it is pending. This is what you have to mention in clause. So idu vadi we will learn it full. Yeah, it is N means non current asset, I means inventory, LA means lags, loans, advance, guarantee, security, investment, lags I, loans, advance, guarantee, security, lags, LAGS, see inga lags I, loans, see idhil enna irukku, loans, advance, guarantee, security, investment. Enna heart so basically loans, advance, guarantee, security, investment, lagsy. So Nila nu sollumbodhu N means non current assets, I inventory, LA lags enna advance, guarantee, security, investment. Ipo moonenna idu order correct aayite Nila Didi. DI means director, loan given to director ku kodutha loan. DE means acceptance of deposits, நம்ம எடுத்த deposits. So DE is loan given to director, DE means deposits means deposits learn பண்ணா போதும், acceptance ഒക്കെ வந்துடும் கையில. Now I'll see Nila Didi must, MA means maintenance of cost records, whether our company is required to maintain cost records and whether it has been actually maintained or not. Then ST statutory dues appo now I'll ask ഇതിങ്ങനെ വെച്ച ഇപ്പം എല്ലാം തരി ഓക്കെ Nila Didi must അവിടെ വരേക്കും we'll try to recall clause subclause എല്ലാം we'll do separately. N non current assets, I LA guarantee, security, investment, Nila DI ദീദിയുടെ DI ഡയറക്ടർക്ക് കൊടുത്ത ലോൺ, DE deposits ഇനി MAST must, Nila Didi must, MA maintenance of cost records, ST statutory dues. So Nila Didi must ഇവിടെ വരേക്കും ഓക്കെ ആയിട്ട് കറക്റ്റ് ക്ലോസിൽ. ഇനി Nila Didi must എന്നെ പണണം, മസ്റ്റ് அவங்க ഡിസ്ക്ലോസ് பண்ணണം. എന്നെ ഡിസ്ക്ലോസ് பண்ணണം ലോണോ IPO, two things she need to disclose. Loan disclose means disclosure of unrecorded income. ഇത് മറ്റേ ക്ലോസ് ഇല്ലേ നമ്മൾ പ്രീവിയസ് ഇയറിലെ ഒരു അൺറെക്കോർഡ് ഇൻകം കറണ്ട് ഇയറിലെ ടാക്സ് അസസ്മെന്റിൽ ഇവിടെ ഫൗണ്ട് അത് മുക്കി പിടിച്ച ക്ലോസ് ആണ് സെയിം തിങ് ഡിസ്ക്ലോസ്. സോ ഡിസ്ക്ലോഷർ ഓഫ് അൺറെക്കോർഡ് ഇൻകം. Nila Didi must disclose, എന്നെ ഡിസ്ക്ലോസ് பண்ணണം ലോൺ ആൻഡ് IPO. ലോൺ മീൻസ് റീപേയ്മെന്റ് ഓഫ് ലോൺ, കമ്പനി എടുത്ത ലോണോടെ റീപേയ്മെന്റ്. IPO യൂട്ടിലൈസേഷൻ ഓഫ് IPO FPO ക്ലോസിൽ മണി റേസ് ഷുഡ് ബി യൂട്ടിലൈസ്ഡ് ഫോർ ദാറ്റ് പർപ്പസ്. അത് വിൽ സബ് ക്ലോസ് വിൽ ഡു ബിക്കോസ് യു ആർ CA ഫൈനൽസ് ഓൾറെഡി പഠിച്ചേ ടക്കുന്ന് ഇത് മുടിക്കാൻ முடியும். ഇപ്പോൾ CA ഇന്റർലെ വെൻ ഐ എം ടേക്കിംഗ് ദിസ് ദേ ഡോണ്ട് നോ എനിത്തിങ് അബൌട്ട് കാറോ, என்ன കാറോന്ന് சொல்லி ലൈക്ക് என்ன ക്ലോസ് സബ് ക്ലോസ് ഒരു ഹോൾ ഡേ പോയിടും. ബട്ട് അത് എൻഡ് ഓഫ് ദ ഡേ വെരി ഹാപ്പി. നമുക്കിത് ഫുള്ളായിരുന്നു തിരുമ്പി ഇത് വരുമ്പോൾ നൈറ്റിലല്ല യു വിൽ നോട്ട് ഫർഗെറ്റ് ദിസ്. സോ Nila Didi must disclose loan and IPO. Loan means repayment of loan, നമ്മ എടുത്ത ലോൺ റീപേയ്മെന്റ്. IPO means utilization of IPO FPO, simple. So Nila Didi must disclose loan and IPO. Edukage. For what purpose? To report the fraud. Fraud reporting. Fraud reporting standard. Reporting of fraud. To report the fraud of. Even we will do it once more. So mind the set target. So mnemonic and mnemonic and must disclose loan and IPO to report the fraud. Nila Didi must disclose any disclose loan and IPO. Edukage to report the fraud of Nithin Trilog. Nithin Uripayan, Appada parent Nithin Trilog. Full name. So Nila N non-current assets. I LA lags earns guarantee security investment lags I. So Nila Didi DI director D deposit. Nila Didi must MA maintenance of cost record. So 6th clause, 7th clause ST statutory dues. So Nila Didi must disclose unrecorded income, hidden income, whatever, disclosure of unrecorded income. 8th clause, 9th clause. Nila Didi must disclose any disclose loans and IPO. Loan and repayment of loan. 9th clause. Then last IPO. Utilization of IPF. Nila Didi must disclose loan and IPO to report the fraud. Next clause of Nithin Trilog. N means Nithin or NI means Nidhi company. Nidhi company rule simple. Nidhi company. T means transaction with the related party. T is சொல்லும்போது ரெண்டு T இருக்கு. நிதினோட T NITIN. நிதின் இங்கே ஒரு T இருக்கு Trilog. இது ரெண்டுமே transaction. So that you will easily remember. NI is Nidhi company. T is transaction with the related party. Then IN. Internal audit system. Internal audit system. So Nithin NITIN. NI means Nidhi company. T means transaction with the related party. IN means internal audit system. So Nithin Trilog. T. Non-cash transaction with the director. Again, transaction with the related party, non-cash transaction with the director. Nithin Trilog. T RE. Registration of company. That is in the RBI rule, certificate of incorporation level company. I will explain everything. Nithin Trilog. T RE. LOC. LO means cash loss. Cash loss. C chumma pote. Cash loss. So then Nithin Trilog and we will try to recall. NIN. Nidhi company. First T. With the related party. NITIN. IN. What? Internal audit system. Nithin NITIN. Trilog. T. Non-cash transaction with the director. RE. Registration of company. Nithin Trilog. T RE LOC. LO. Cash losses done. Nithin Trilog. So this full this full mnemonic set one set. Then we will take subclauses inside. Appo idea vandirum. Then once is sheet level you can remember, because idoda revision technique is first mnemonic order clauses set. Then ulla irukkra enna also we will go get a brief idea from here and go. Then the sheet vechittu the paathittu subclause enna try to see. You can see it like in the path you will know proper records and first see and like put this picture into your head. The first clause side red color first and second and third. Picture pin is poga. And not a CA finally I use this. Same thing I am using it here also. Yeah. Nithin Trilog. Then simple. Rama spend Rama. Rama is a girl. She spend Rama. So Rama spend Rama means first RE means resignation of the statutory auditor. MA means material uncertainty. Material and going concern item. Rama spend unspent CSR amount. Then Rama qualification or adverse remark. So we will do one thing. We will fry the brain. We will start to recall everything line by line. Close change. Close 21 CFS. 21 qualification or adverse remark in the CFS. CFS le ango right irna namukku ade patti inga mention pananam oru idilla CFS le namma consolidated idile irunda namma subsidiary ode maripole subsidiary ode standalone financial statements le alla audit report le if something is there another consolidation le I mean holding company ode audit report le varanam CFS ku karo venama CFS audit report la karo venama 21 alla no allama venama nothing else. Okay. except clause 21. Yeah, thank you, guy. I just need to know your name, bro. CA student 222. And the name on the theriyala, so I don't know how to thank you. It's a good thing. Happy to hear that. Yeah, because class at the mudilena, like I just want to finish it very quick because you have to go and self-study. Self-study ki 10 minutes kuda extra kadacha adu better. That is why എപ്പടിയാണല്ലോ നമുക്ക് മുടിച്ചിട്ട് പോരാ. So Nila Didi must because when I was studying I only had the self-study. I believe like self-study, like lecture allam YouTube lecture I've taken, but last month allam self-study is what takes you forward. So next 20 days full finish. So first we'll go with mnemonic. Don't waste time. Nila Didi must disclose loan and IPO to report the fraud of Nidin Trilog. So first NI, non-current assets, inventory, loans, advance, guarantee, security, investment. So NILA ആയിട്ട് നിളയായിട്ട് DI loans given to director acceptance of deposit. Nila Didi must MA maintenance of cost records ST statutory dues. Nila Didi must disclose unrecorded income, must disclose and disclose பண்ணணும் loan and IPO. Loan and prepayment of loan and IPO utilization of IPO FPO. Nila Didi must disclose loan and IPO to report the fraud report the fraud of Nidin Trilok. NI Nidhi company. T transaction with a related party. IN internal audit system. Nidhi NITIN Trilog T with a non-cash transaction with a director. Nithin Trilog T. RE registration of company. LOC LO cash losses. Nithin Trilog. Then Rama spend Rama RE resignation of statutory auditor. MA material uncertainty going concern or issue. Spend CSR amount unspent CSR amount. Then MA remarks qualification or adverse remarks. But close full set it. When you go to your home 1 or 2 times you revise yourself, done. Close order set it. You'll never forget. Whatever the question comes, other example like which number it is coming. Then let's go to the subclause. Subclause quicker will go. Non-current assets. Non-current assets. I hope you have studied Caro once. We are going quick. I would have taken it tomorrow, like a full day session. Caro we can do it also. Like questions one day. But 5 marks 1 day spending, I don't believe is worth it. It was a standards anyways, it's a compulsory question. Okay. So first, I will just show this. So try to get what it is inside this. Very easy. Only actually 5 clauses are there which are big. Super short clauses. But the book read when the 4 page, 5 page it is there, that is where it gets hectic. So then proper records, that is come on, proper records for PPE and intangible assets, because first is non-current assets. Non-current assets they should have proper records for the PE and intangible assets. Then physical verification should be that's correct, because Karoda problem is when you are writing the clause expanding as per para 3 in the expansion it should be your 80 to 90% similar to text in the same line. Then because it is a law madri right, correct order exact line we need to come. It's not like our language we write. So there, that is why all the words are, these are just not keywords, these are just connecting words. See, we have to do the physical verification at a reasonable intervals. And in the physical verification, if you notice any material discrepancy, MD, material discrepancy pata? Reported, simple. So this one, physical verification. Then clause number C, subclause. Title it should be in the name of the company, very easy. Then revaluation should be done by registered valuer, and then change of more than 10% it should be reported. Then the Binami property order whether company is holding anything as Binami property. Simple. So non-current assets almost is there. The internal clause next day for free we can do it once more, but you can go to your home and use this and recall. But this is just in the category. Item. Like you would have your own notes also for Karo. I'm just showing if someone wants. Then inventory. Physical verification of the inventory. Is it done at reasonable intervals? Physical verification and discrepancy greater than 10% it should be reported. Done. So, like rather than reading from the book full, it's better. Then working capital. Working capital has been granted greater than 5 crore plus working capital. And whether in that case, whether the statement or returns given for working capital is equal to books of accounts, amounts equal. Same. Simple. Then comes loans, advance, guarantee, security. The full up. Lags, that is loans, advance, guarantee, security given to subsidiary, joint venture, associates, and others. Aggregate balance. How aggregate amount, how much loan you have given, and what is the balance outstanding on 31st March. This you have to mention. First clause, subclause the A. Then B, whether the terms given are prejudicial to the interest of the company. Terms of the loan company interest against a favor. That thing we have to know against a favor. Then that loan other example, you know, right? Company policy is like we'll only give loan for 7%, but for some other person, the management has given loan for 3% interest. But the terms are against the company interest. Then schedule of repayment. Schedule of repayment regular illa. Because the color reason, mind it will be how it will be. Subclause also, if you write to show off paper, sir, 5 marks anyways it will come. Sometimes 2 MCQ. Sometimes some attempt 8 marks. Because main questions are car order applicability. So that's 2 extra marks. So subclause is a good thing and 100% sure question. Obviously it has a value in studying. So this is orange, purple, pinna orange, pinna violet. But the color mind it will be there. Then schedule of repayment. Is the company properly repaying it? Then overdue for more than 90 days. If any loan is overdue for more than 90 days plus, whether reasonable steps has been taken. The step has been taken. Reasonable step has been taken. Then comes, whether any loan has been renewed, extended, fresh loan has been granted to repay the existing loan, mention the rupee loan and that percentage to the total loan granted. For loan renewed, that percentage to total loan granted. I mentioned. Then any loan has been given as a repayable on demand, ROD. Repayable on demand. You just don't have to memorize the path. Try to recall from yourself. Then you will know. Then path then without seeing, try to get it. Then repayable on demand. If any loan has been given with repayable on demand or without mentioning the terms, not mentioned. In that case, mention the amount plus the percentage to the total. So this is the biggest thing. Baki ellam it's super easy. Just see. Only this and this and one more is there bigger. Baki ellam just see. Repayment of loan also. Baki ellam it's cakewalk. The loans nila the DI. Loan given to director. And a simple 85 and 86 complied illa done. Khatam. Whether section 85, 86 complied or not. Then acceptance of deposits. Whether section 73 to 76 complied or not. Complied or not. The 73 and 76 the 73 to 76. Keep that in mind. Then one more thing is there. Whether section 73 to 76 complied or not. Or and order by, if there was any order by the tribunal. Tribunal law order that complied or not. If any of this is not complied, what is the nature of contravention? The full sentence is there. Full of that thing is there. Nature of contravention. Then maintenance of cost records. Maintained illa. Done. Company requires it. Maintained illa. Done. Statutory dues. First we will be learning about undisputed statutory dues. Then disputed statutory dues. Undisputed statutory dues means no problem with the government. Undisputed. Correct time pay panni pora item. Undisputed, whether the company is regular in depositing it, correct due date, whether company is regular in depositing, undisputed statutory dues, and we have to mention if there is any arrear that is more than 6 months. September arrear, disclose it. I mean, report it. 6 months plus arrear. If disputed statutory dues, problem is there between me and the government, some issue is happening. Okay, what is the amount of dispute? They asked me 10 lakh for some tax. I'll say only 7 lakh only I'll pay. Then issue later, court and very issue. Amount of dispute. 10 lakh they asked. I am saying 7 lakh. This full the system mention not only 3 lakh or 10 lakh or 7 lakh issue. Then forum where it is pending. The court tribunal you have to mention. Then Nila must statutory dues. Then comes disclosure of unrecorded income. Unrecorded income disclosed by tax assessment, whether it is included in current year books of accounts. Munnadi engiyo item, current year tax assessment we catched it, and whether a company has included it in the books of accounts. Then repayment of loan ange kadakattu. We'll do it last. Then utilization of IPO, FPO. Simple thing. UPR. Whether it has been utilized for the purpose for which it was raised. It is utilized for the purpose for which it was raised. Then there is preferential allotment and private placement. Adakkum whether section 42 and 46 complied illa. 42 and 62 complied illa. Then UPR used for the purpose for which it was raised. Preferential allotment and private placement. Done. Then comes reporting of fraud. What is the nature and the amount? In the type of fraud? It was cheating or it was some like what is the different types of fraud? Forgery or collusion or what it is mentioned that. Then was ADT4 filed? ADT4 filed. Then whistleblower complaints any whistleblower complaints has been raised against the company. Someone has done a director or employee or someone has made any whistleblower complaints done. Correct order it will be there in your mind. Then comes a Nidhi company. Nidhi company net on funded deposit is in the ratio of 1:20 or below. That's check panana. Then 10% unencumbered term deposits. What is unencumbered? Not pledged, free of any charge. So at least sir, if Nidhi is receiving some money, at least 10% of that should be free of charge. But Nidhi has a money. Nidhi is putting it somewhere as FD, and sometimes Nidhi would be taking some loan from that against that FD. And the FD or security they may be using it. But at least 10% of money which Nidhi should be unencumbered. It should not be used against a loan. You should not be pledged anywhere. It should be free of charge. So 10% should be unencumbered term deposits. Then if there is a default in payment of principal or interest, you have to mention it here. Oof. Then comes transaction with the related party. Very simple. 177, 188 followed. Done. Then what is the details of financial statements? Done. Then comes the internal audit system. IAS, IAR. Whether company or internal audit system is commensurate with the size and nature of the business. Company is very big, so the same internal audit system is also there or not. Then internal audit report, IAR, is used by statutory auditor. Whether internal audit report is used by statutory auditor. Done. Very easy. Then comes non-cash transaction with the director. That's 192 complied. Done. Only this much is needed. Then comes registration of company. Company or registration. Any company which requires registration under 45 IA of the Act, RBI Act. That's complied. Registration company. Then whether our company like NBFC, is it providing NBFC or housing finance without a certificate of registration? You have to report it. Okay. Then core investment company. What is core investment company? Core investment company. Subsidiaries or like a famous core investment company in India. Like NBFC normal like whatever it is there in your mind, let's keep it like that. So Tata Sons and the wheel say. Any company which core business is just looking after their subsidiaries. They are not selling any products or services. But Tata Sons, I think Tata Sons is a CIC. So Tata Sons, what they do, Tata Steel, Tata the Motors, Nare Tatas are there, Taj, all these things. These companies are there. They have formed something called Tata Sons. Tata Sons oda, I think it is 100%, I'm not sure. Tata Sons adana. So Tata Sons oda duty is, Tata Sons don't sell any product or service. They just invest money in these 5 companies. അപ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനെ ഡിവിഡൻഡ് വന്നിരും. ലൈക്ക് ടാറ്റ മോട്ടോഴ്സിലെ സൂപ്പർ ഡിവിഡൻഡ് കിടച്ചിട്ട്. ബട്ട് അറ്റ് ദ സെയിം ടൈം സംടൈം TCS may be at cash crunch. This company will put money in TCS. ഇതുമാതിരി they keep on, their main purpose almost, it is assumed to be like 90% മേലെ investment should be in the subsidiaries itself, group company itself. These are core investment companies. അപ്പോൾ question when it comes for examination, 2 things you have to see. Sometimes question le core investment company oru team, Tata I think Tata Sun is always there, core investment company, but sometimes on the group le 1 plus core investment company will be there. Question tharumbodhu see whether 1 core investment company, 2 core investment company, what depending upon the question, in the oru criteria mathram core investment company. I don't exactly know that. Non-NBFC also it can be. It can be, right? Tata Sons, I think Tata Sons is a CIC, right? Just on the, but I'm going to clarify. I'll check. Because any doubt, anything, investment, tak. CIC, NBFC it should be. You are asking? Let's just see. I have a doubt. Non-NBFC company. Tata Sun is a CIC, I guess. Tata Sun CIC. Is it a CIC? It is a CIC. Correct. Pandaka kadacha example. Adakku vechittu thanam for example adha kadachu. Tata Sun is a CIC. 2024 la surrender பண்ணிட்டே. அப்ப இப்ப how it is holding, who is holding like Tata oda shares alla? I mean normal idile poiriya. അല്ല அவங்க കയ്യിലിരുന്ന ഷെയർ അങ്ങ് പോയിട്ട് അല്ല when I am just asking accounting side le, I don't know. CIC was holding so many shares in Tata. So CIC surrender பண்ண இந்த ஷேர் அங்க status as CIC. That was I was asking. Hold the shares there itself. Okay. அப்ப പിന്നെ அவங்க സ്റ്റാറ്റസ് என்ன normal holding company okay. அப்போ CSE കിടக்கிறதுக்கு yeah, but what I was asking, it can be also like he has non-NBFC also, it can be ഇതെല്ലാം full section RBI യുടെ section தான், registration of a company. So അതിലെ വர RBI it is there, but non-NBFC കൂടെ it can be ഇല്ലേ, അത് 100% clarity ഇല്ല. I don't know. NBFC only, but it can be non-NBFC also, like clarified, right? I mean live will also it is going, so let them also get. But doubt ഒന്നും വേണ്ട അതിനകത്ത്. Done. Okay. Anything appave clarify pannanga. Enge aanalum don't care who is speaking. Appade finish. I was like that because articleship when I went first year like ellarkum like I did articleship first year in one CA firm. It was a normal firm. Then adukkaga periya firm I joined after that. But I had this ego. They are looking at me as 1 year experience with Chatter. I don't know any work. I just need to know basic auditing only. But I want to get exposure, so I joined this bigger firm. So എല്ലാവരുമേ like having ego, like ഇവങ്ങൾക്ക് വർക്ക് തെരിയല്ലേ, but still they don't ask someone like I also try to show off. I don't know any work, but I try to show off ஏதாவது അതൊക്കെ தெரியாது. Okay like വേറെ friends familiar இருக்கிறவங்க call பண்ணி I'll just try to manage it. But then I realized I cannot go like this for the next 2 years. Then I like surrendered my ego. I thought let me I asked the worst doubts to everyone. I am going to ask the worst doubts. I have a doubt in the ask. PDF download panna, I mean, doubt in the I'll ask. Print panna Excel when we print balance sheets, side boy. I'll ask him, they'll help me. First year end. And the property setting, A4 setting, I don't know all these things. I started asking everything, but the benefit is that 2 years I know everything. I asked everyone in every department regarding everything. So I GST IT Audit. But they was like, I am sitting at GST, I have a doubt, I won't ask anyone. But I'm asking them just don't care what others think. I'll finish it. So yeah, then cash losses, simple. Current year previous year cash loss on the tail done. Whether there was a cash loss in current year, whether there was a cash loss in previous year, done. Then resignation of the statutory auditor. Current year, before me there was a statutory auditor in the current year. he resigned. What should I do? Situation, I just, have I considered his issues raised by him, IOC, objections raised by him, concerns raised by him. This I consider IOC, Indian Oil Corporation. Then, material uncertainty, going concern. Is there any material uncertainty? There is no material uncertainty on the date of audit report. Material uncertainty. Interlinking. NOC. And this IOC issue what we are actually mentioning here is, if there was an other previous year auditor, this is namakku munnadi or auditor in the year le vandittu por auditor. This is the resignation of the auditor. Abruptly. Namakku munnadi current year le someone was appointed, and because of company oda issue, company issue or what issue we don't know, he went. I am the like a second auditor appoint for the year. Before, so I have to mention, this madri adavada resignation current year le irundal, why he left? Enna issue irunde, and he raised some objections. Inga audit pannada idu mudinja company like that. Any objection irunda, then like he is saying you should not be auditing, like he has not paid me fees. Adha madri adavada objections irukka. Is there any concerns raised by him? That is what is coming in this. That's previous auditor NOC edukku, right? Yeah. So then material uncertainty, that is material uncertainty on the date of audit report irukka illa. Then last one, CSR. Let me ask you two things. You would have learned CSR finally kadayadu. I mean audit la kadayadu. Where engeyavadu irukka CSR? FR la illa le. So let me ask. CSR la a company. Just tell me the limit. I just need to know. CSR, what is CSR? CSR in the percentage, 2% of average net profit of last 3 years. So I am thinking ennoda CSR la kadacha ennoda CSR amount is say 20 crore 20 crore lakh. Hypothetically, in the amount lernu I set apart 15 lakh for oru ongoing project. And the project is running another 15 lakh 15 crore. Appo 5 crore I am keeping for separate purposes. This is current project use illa, this maati vechirukkinga. Appo idile irunna year end le varumbodhu 10 crore or 12 crore has been spent, 3 crore is unspent. In the 3 crore enna pannam first. Second, in the 5 crore enna pannanam year end le. Yes. Adile ipo namukku idile irukku nama Karoile schedule 7 account le 6 months inulla podana one. Mattadu within 30 days unspent CSR account le podana. Adile ayyo ennada idile podana njanum forget unspent amount, that is schedule 7 account le schedule 7 agale 6 months kulla you have to put. Then ongoing project and this 15 crore project running building or something I am constructing. That is year end 12 crore use 3 crore unused. In the amount I have to put in a special account. I have to put it in, I think it is 30 days. 30 days from the end of the financial year or something. Then this amount, that is unspent amount other than ongoing project, that is this one. Keep set apart panni vechirukra amount. I have to put it in schedule 7 account within 6 months. Just keep. Then qualifications or adverse remarks. Qualifications or adverse remark in subsidiary company holding company. Simple. So this is it. So you can take this thing and I'll just ask, do you want to revise it here or tired? I'm tired. I'm dead. I just need to Telegram channel. Not a Telegram channel, you have to find it and join it. That's all notes is there. The CA Sudarsan is that. That is in this one YouTube YouTube live. YouTube live description it is there. Somewhere it will, or like any channel YouTube search panna podu. CA Sudarsan is that, it will there, or Telegram or do one thing. Like once the live is off, I'll send phone number kodukra. If anything you want, this one. And tomorrow by night itself, before night, because in the morning la mudiyadu sound. So afternoon I'll record, upload it. This 3 standards, 710, 800, 805. Then after 3-4 days, all the other remaining easy standards I'll do it. Then one more thing, I'm trying to make a list of questions, new questions, which was new questions means recent വന്നതിലെ tough questions. അതായത് ഇപ്പോൾ ലാസ്റ്റ് ഒരു 2-3 ആയിട്ട് ടഫ് ഓൺലി ചുമ്മാ ചിന്ന ഈസി ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് ഒന്നും എടുത്തിട്ട് May 25 attempt full എടുത്താ ഓക്കെ യാ അപ്പോൾ അത് ഒരു ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ ലിസ്റ്റ് ഐ മേക്ക് and I'll just share in a telegram or യൂട്യൂബിൽ ഒരു വീഡിയോ പോട്ടല ജസ്റ്റ് വാച്ച് പണിക്കും ലാസ്റ്റ് ഡേറ്റിൽ ലാസ്റ്റ് ടൈമിൽ ബിഫോർ എക്സാം ഓർ 1.5 ഡേയിലോ ഒരു ജസ്റ്റ് ഒരു 30 minutes அதாவது எங்காவது யூஸ்ஃபுல் ஆனால் பெட்டராக இருக்கும்ல எப்படியாவது ஃபினிஷ் பண்ணுங்க ஐ நோ யுவர் திங்ஸ் CA student no live tomorrow by end of the night I'll upload a recording okay yeah so I hope it was helpful.